I will now call to order the Cotati City Council meeting for June 25th, 2024. Could we please begin with a roll call vote or just a roll call?
Councilmember Rivers,
Here.
Councilmember Lemus,
Here.
Councilmember Harvey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Here.
Mayor Sparks.
Here. I invite you to join us in standing for a land acknowledgement followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The city of Cotati recognizes that we are on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land that we are on. And now we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now have, excuse me, we now have the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting on June 11th. Is there anyone on the council who wishes to make any corrections to the minutes? Yes, Councilmember Rivers.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Damien, for correcting Abby's name. Abigail Adetsky is the president of the Black Student Union at Rancho Cotati High School, and I just wanted to make sure she was recognized for that. So thank you for editing that.
Yeah, and I should also point out there's an update to the minutes that has the name corrected, as we just heard.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. Now we're going to open it up for public comment. If there's anyone in the council chambers who wishes to make a comment just about the minutes from our last meeting, you're welcome to come up at this time. Okay, not seeing any takers. Can we go to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon if you would like to make a public comment on the minutes. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd be looking for a motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we've approved the minutes unanimously. Please bear with me while I read some announcements. And meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council may consider the item. If the City Council considers the item, citizens will be afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. However, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from taking action or considering any item that is not on this agenda to ensure that other members of the community who wish to provide comment are notified in advance through a properly noticed meeting agenda. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to enroll with Civic Ready by signing up on the city's website, www.cotaticity.org, under the How Do I link at the top of the homepage. Like always, we love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, and Civic Ready. All right, so the first thing on our agenda tonight is a presentation from Rohnert Park Animal Services. I'd like to invite Mickey Zalbus to come up and address us. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. When I started preparing this, I saw that we started our agreement together almost 24 years ago. I can't believe it. And this is the first time I've actually had the opportunity to meet with the city council. So I guess no news is good news, huh? So thank you. Next. So what we provide in this partnership with Katati is sheltering services for stray animals found in your city as well as ours, and owner surrender animals as our space allows. We also take in protective custody, bike quarantine, and emergency board. So we offer all that to your residents as well as ours. What you may not realize are all the other benefits to the residents of Katati by having this partnership. We have a nonprofit group called the Animal Shelter League who provides a lot of extras, both for the animals and for the residents. And that includes free microchips for all pets in both our cities, so that we have a way to return strays to their owners quickly. Free pet ID tags. We have a pet food pantry for those in need. And there are times when it's well used. It really is. They also have a program called Silver Paws where they help cover the costs of veterinary care for seniors, especially low-income seniors, because we know how expensive veterinary care has gotten recently. And as we can, we do wellness clinics out in the community. And so all of that is a benefit to Katati residents. We recently just got into an agreement with Katati to also share animal licensing. And I know you've been fortunate to have a really awesome CSO, Carrie Peoples, who I think she knew every one of the pets you had licensed in your city. But with her leaving, and we also had some changes in our city, we had to look at a new way to do licensing. So together we've come together with a third-party licensing partner called DocuPet. And it's just starting to be rolled out this month. So it'll be a new venture for all of us. But they really have an extensive outreach program to hopefully increase the number of animals that are licensed. They also provide Home Safe 24/7, a lost pet service, and you can personalize your license if you want, with thousands to choose from. Next. So this merger together, working together, gives us an opportunity to both align our licensing fees, look at other fees and the way we do things, and see if there aren't ways that we can be more cohesive together. So we're looking to make our licensing fees, and hopefully you'll vote to make your licensing fees all match, so it's less confusing to our public. It seems like 2040 would be just an easy way for everyone to remember. And looking forward to continuing this partnership, and I think there's benefits to both at both ends, and I hope you see the value of that, and I thank you for your time tonight.
Yes, we have a question from the council, if you don't mind. Yes.
Are you, is that okay? You open
Oh,
to questions?
Questions, by all means.
Okay. I just wanted to ask if the new license is connected to the microchip in some way?
No. No, it's two separate. You can get your microchip number printed on the license if you want to personalize it in that way, but it's two separate databases.
Okay, so if someone reads the microchip and determines where your dog is, oh, sorry, you had your hand up?
Mickey, I just wanted to, with using DocuPet with the licensing portal, it does have your microchip number in there. So if somebody's finds your dog and they see the dog tag that has the DocuPet numbers on it,
Mhm.
it'll also have the microchip number in there, so they'll have multiple ways to trace it through that.
Okay, so I guess the point of doing both would be if the tag comes off, maybe, then they still have the mic. I'm just trying to understand what the purpose of both is.
They actually are, I mean, there is an overlap, but a microchip is a permanent form of identification. And a licensing is proof that your animal is current on its rabies vaccination. So it came about as a rabies control program for the state, and we are in what's considered a rabies endemic county. So it's a protection for that. And in the process of licensing, you also do provide identification for your pet if it's lost. So it is an additional safety measure in that way.
Okay. But since microchips are free, you could consider $20 covers both if it's fixed.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. I mean, microchips are free, but it says nothing about the health or the rabies status of that animal.
Right. Okay. And that's not something, never mind. I'm just, it feels redundant to me.
It does, but you know what? You can never protect your pet too much. I
Okay.
think of a visible tag as like a seat belt. If there's an accident, it's your first line of defense. And the microchip is like the airbag, which is your backup system and really can protect you.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for being here. Oh, yes, another question. Sorry.
The pet food pantry, are donations accepted?
Yes.
And
it's-
how are they accepted? Is it only closed packages, not used, or what are
no,
your
no, a lot of people.
boundaries?
A lot of people have spoiled pets who turn their nose up at food, yes. So as long as you seal the bag and it has not expired,
Okay.
we'll accept it. There's a picnic table right in front of our shelter where donations can be left at any time, or you could bring it into our lobby when we're open, which is Wednesday through Sunday from 1 to 5:30.
That's good to know because periodically on Nextdoor, you see people posting out there that exactly what you're saying, their dog got finicky, and it's good to know that you
Oh, yeah.
will accept those donations.
Yes, our pantry is completely stocked through donations.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Any other
right.
questions?
Any other questions? Okay.
No?
Thank
Well,
you so
thank
much.
you so much.
Yes, we appreciate your time. Okay, next is our approval of the final agenda. And City Manager Obid, were we wanting to move up the affordable housing item still?
Yes, I'm recommending that we move up item 13A to after consent calendar.
Okay, I know we have some folks from who might be on Zoom who need to go. So we're going to propose to move item 13A ahead of the consent calendar. Are there any objections to that?
Just to confirm, I did confirm after we spoke last that we have a person in the audience today, but no one on Zoom.
Oh,
Let
okay.
her- Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, right after the consent calendar?
Yes.
Sorry, I misspoke. Okay, so since this is an action item to reorder the agenda, we will go ahead and open it up briefly for public comment, just in case. Can we please go to Zoom first on this one? If there's any comments about a reordering of the agenda. only.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on approval of the final agenda, please use the raise hand icon. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to make a comment about reordering the agenda? Okay, so if there's, I guess there are no objections to doing that, so we'll go ahead and make that change. That'll bring us to the citizens, business, and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2023-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the deputy clerk will alert speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining. All right, so I will go ahead and open up the citizens business portion to and consent calendar portion to people who are in the chambers. Is there anybody here who wishes to make a public comment? Right, welcome.
Shelley Berman, Katati. I'd like to speak on the ordinance to registrate the use of leaf blowers. And again, ask that we just ban them. I know that you can't purchase new ones in California, but I'm pretty sure that businesses who use them will access new leaf blowers should they need them. They don't need to get them in California. They can get them anywhere. So I think we need to prohibit gas blowers in Katati for the reasons I've stated before, that they use more, they make more pollution than a car that when it drives 12 hours. It's a polluting device, and I think we can just ban them. I like rakes. I think rakes are very nice. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to make a public comment? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Gary Koffler. I'm a Katati resident. Also been a volunteer on the ranch across the street for the last 2 years. I understand with the dissolution of the Farmster nonprofit that there might be some changes coming. And I'm just inquiring as to when we'll hear about those changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to make a public comment?
Good evening. My name is Heidi Chesney, and I'm a resident of Charles Street Village. And I'm understanding that the city has approved or is about to approve or negotiate a contract with the developer for the corner of Charles Street and East Katati Avenue. And I'd like to know how we could see those plans, hear about those plans, the design, the issues around traffic control. How is that all going to be engineered? I mean, not serious details, but just overall, is that all? I'd like to know and hear about whether or not that's been fleshed out yet. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will sort of take a moment to address some of the questions once we finish with all of the public comment. Okay, is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to make a public comment? All right, can we please go to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. To our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. We do have a couple of hands. First, we'll go to Lori. You have the floor.
I have a lighthearted one today.
Sorry, Lori, I'm
and
going to turn the volume up really quick. One
Sure.
moment.
Can you please increase your time limit as well?
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry, one moment. We'll get you here in just a moment, Lori.
No problem.
Okay, sorry for that delay, Lori. I think we're good to go now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is actually a rather lighthearted one today, and I'm hoping Mickey Zelds is still in the room. I wanted to give an update on Milo, the happiest cat in Katati. 6 months ago, we adopted him from the Roanoke Park shelter, and he was the problem cat. He had been returned twice, and he had been in the shelter for 5 months, and he wasn't, they didn't think he was adoptable. Well, Milo, Bella, our other cat, was grieving the loss of Sophie, and she kept bringing in baby possums to our house here in Gatati. And she would leave and put them in my closet, under my desk, all this. So we decided she needed a companion. So we went to the Roanoke Park shelter and we met up with Milo, and it said that he needed a backyard where he could go on adventures. And Milo just didn't want to live in the urban living of Roanoke Park. He loves here in Gatati. He is doing so well. He's like a little brother to Milo. I mean, to Bella. He's learned how to hunt. He just loves it here in Gatati. So he just was not meant to be a Roanoke Park cat. So I just wanted to give a lighthearted update on Milo. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the update, Lori. That was very nice.
Our next hand is from Jessica Needham. Jessica, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. I just wanted to give my appreciation to all of you and also to Roanoke Park Animal Services or Animal Shelter. I just want to say thank you for doing the microchipping for free. I do think that is a huge service to the county. I know licensing with DocuPet is going to be great. I'm excited to learn more about that. I just wanted to say and encourage people to microchip. Licensing is great for identification within the county, but if an animal gets lost out of the county, the microchip is nationwide. It's a database nationwide, so they can always try and reunite owners and animals. So I just wanted to say thank you so much. All right, you guys have a good night. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
That was our last hand on Zoom. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to address the one that I know about, there was a question about when would we be able to see plans for the development that's being discussed today. There's only a very preliminary proof of sort of like conceptual plans at the moment, and those are available in the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. If you want to catch me up to the meeting, I could show you how to find them. And I was wondering if I could ask you to speak to the question about the Farmster changes.
Sure. So Farmster is wrapping up operations on the ranch at the end of July. And the city's currently in discussions with an interim operator to take over some of the functions in the interim until the city can put out a full request for qualification, request for proposals. That'll happen later this summer or early fall.
So later this summer or early fall is when you can expect to hear more? Okay.
Yeah, for the permanent with the permanent operator.
Permanent
Yeah.
operator, okay.
In the meantime, there'll be an interim operator in the short term.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to our consent calendar. I'm going to separate out item 10E and vote on that separately because we had some no votes last time during the first reading. So I anticipate we might have no votes this time. I want to give people the opportunity to vote on that separately. So I'd be looking for a motion to vote on items A through D right now. So moved.
Second.
Okay, and I should have said before we vote, does anybody wish to pull any of those items? Forgot to say that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on items A through D of the consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so items A through D are passed unanimously. Now I'd be looking for a motion to vote on item 10E. just the noise ordinance to restrict the use of gas-powered leaf blowers during certain hours.
Move to approve item 10E.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Could we please do a roll call vote for this one?
Councilmember Rivers,
Wait, I'm clarifying. So this is the one, this is, you said during specific hours, but it's also in specific locations as well, correct?
It's between the hours of 8 PM and 8 AM.
In
They're
residential
prohibited
only.
anywhere other than industrial zones.
Okay, can you come back to me? Do I have to be first? Okay,
No, we can come back to you.
thank you.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
No.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivers.
All right, well, I'm outvoted, but no.
All right, thank you. That passes 3-2. We will now move on to the direction on future agenda items. Yes, sorry.
Mayor,
Yes.
oh, sorry, I was just going to say the 13A after consent.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Okay, so let's do item 13A, which is our regular agenda item to consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Freebird Development LLC for the development of city-owned property at 120 East Cotati Avenue with affordable housing.
And Mayor Sparks, I need to recuse myself from this item because I live too close to the property in question.
Okay,
So I'll be in the conference room
okay, we
catching
will,
up.
we'll send someone for you when we're done. Okay, so I will turn it over to Mr. Hausch. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks, Council. As identified, tonight's item 13A is consideration of a resolution to authorize the city manager to engage in and enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Freebird Development LLC with the goal of developing the property at 120 East Cotati Avenue with affordable housing. There's lots of history on the site, but most recently in 2021, the city approved a 3-story mixed-use project consisting of 27 residential units and approximately 10,000 square feet of commercial space. This project obviously was not constructed. The property or the project was put out for sale, and as a component or an element of trying to seek investors, a new investor engaged on the site. And on March 1st, submitted an SB 35 application proposing to construct a 5-story, 60-foot tall, 70-unit multifamily housing project on this property. And during that time, there was a lot of community concern expressed over the scale and size of that project. In the summer of 2023, while still engaged in the SB 35 process, the owner of that site indicated an interest in selling the property. And so in December of that year, City Council directed staff to initiate purchase of the property at 120 East Cotati Avenue, and the funds came from the Affordable Housing Fund. And the city eventually took ownership at the end of 2023. In February of this year, the council found that the property was deemed exempt surplus land under the requirements of the Surplus Land Act, and provided direction to staff to issue a request for qualifications, seeking a development partner to develop the site with 100% affordable housing site. 100% affordable housing project. And this RFQ was issued on March 21st. And on April 30th, staff received a qualification statement from Freebird Development LLC. And on May 30th, city staff was able to meet with the Freebird Development team, including Robin Zimbler, who's in the audience tonight and has a brief presentation for the council to consider. And at that time, we met with Ms. Zimbler, her development partners, and discussed their qualifications and some of their history developing locally and actually nationwide. And after this interview and reviewing the qualifications, Staff has determined that Freebird would be an excellent partner from the staff perspective, very qualified, and are proposing that the city do formally partner with them to develop 120 East Cotati Avenue, or at least engage in a consideration of that partnership. Part of the RFQ response not only demonstrates their experience and expertise, but also from the staff perspective, thought that they did a good job of balancing some of the community concerns heard in the review and discussion on previous projects with the city goals regarding housing and downtown. And some of their demonstrated ability for local projects included examples that are almost finishing construction in Santa Rosa now, and then one that has yet to break ground but has been approved in Healdsburg. And the conceptual project that was included in the package, the qualification statement, it is just a concept. So with regards to some of the questions about development specifics, we're not at the stage yet where we would be discussing or really even starting to think about any specifics beyond what this conceptual project is. And the project in the package is a 3-story, 52-unit project that includes about 8,000 square feet of ground floor non-residential space, so a mix of kind of lobby and some commercial square footage, with 56 parking spaces, on-site laundry, and a community room. Again, though, this is completely conceptual and nothing's been decided yet on this project, but the team at Freebird felt obviously that there's a need to propose some type of concept to allow the city to understand some of their visions for future development of the site. Ultimate project design has not been determined and will go through a typical development process. And one of the things that city really liked about Freebird is their commitment to engagement. And Freebird actually wants to spend a significant amount of time meeting with the neighbors, having on-site meetings or in the council, some combination that will allow as much public engagement as possible and a lot of input to go into what ultimately gets constructed on the property. So the draft, what's called an exclusive negotiating agreement, is attached to the resolution and is before the council for consideration. And essentially, this is intended to hold the property for Freebird to allow due diligence and kind of negotiation on some of the entitlement elements. And ultimately, if the council approves this and the project is entitled, that would transition into what's called a development and disposition agreement. And that's where a lot of the specific terms about what the city expects and then what the developer would request as a part of development would be nailed down in that document, in addition to the entitlements, which has all the conditions of approval. With regards to financial considerations, one of the things that the city identified was a goal of minimizing further city investment. We did purchase the property as an entitled site, so it did have a significant amount of value there. And there's not a lot of additional funding available in the housing fund to support that future development. That being said, affordable housing is notoriously challenging to finance, and so there may be some future time when additional requests come before the city. But right now, one of the goals is to minimize any future investment. However, there will be some staff time needed to work with them on the various stages of the entitlement and some time with the city attorney to review all the agreements and obviously make sure we meet all the legal requirements for development of the site. But with that, it is recommended by the Community Development Department that the City Council enter into a resolution, approve the attached resolution providing authorization to the city manager to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Freebird, subject to final review by the city attorney, with the goal of developing 120 East Cotati Avenue with a 100% affordable housing project. And that concludes my presentation. Ms. Zimbler is here and she would like to give a brief presentation as well, but I'm available for any questions if the council has it.
Okay, does anyone have questions for Mr. Houch before we move on to the next portion? All right, I'd like to invite you to join us up here. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me. You can go to the next slide. I'm just going to give a quick overview of what I'm going to present tonight, and I'm going to try to keep my presentation in total to less than 10 10 minutes. I'm going to do a brief developer introduction, and then I'm going to talk about the development program goals, the design goals, and the financing goals. So lots of goals because, as Noah just mentioned, this is just still very conceptual at this point. I'll talk a little bit about the community benefits we envision for the project, and then also the community engagement process, and then take any questions. Next slide. So my name is Robin Zimbler. I'm the founder and manager of Freebird Development Company. I've been in the affordable housing industry for over 20 years now. I got my start in the public sector. I worked for the Housing Authority and the Housing Department in Baltimore, and then in New York. And then ultimately worked for two large national affordable housing developers for many years before I started Freebird Development about 5 years ago as my own woman-owned business. Since I opened my doors 5 years ago, the first project we did was a 700-unit acquisition rehab in San Jose, but I put the pictures up of our new construction projects because that's more similar to what we would be doing here as a new construction project. Number one is Monroe Commons that we completed in 2023 in Santa Clara, 65 units with a 25% permanent supportive housing set aside for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'll go to number 3 next, actually. Number 3 is under construction right now, should be completed a little bit later this year in Santa Rosa, literally 10 minutes down 101, not even 10 minutes. I came here from there. And then number 2 up there is Saggio Hills. That's a large 110 unit overall project across 12 acres in Healdsburg. And we were fortunate enough to win that RFP a couple years ago. And we're hopefully in the final round of our financing right now and starting that next year. Next slide. So development program goals. Number 1, we want to leverage the location and the size of the site to help the city meet their RHNA goals for production of affordable housing while also integrating the project into the existing downtown fabric. So we understand the history on the site. We think anything higher than a 3-story building would not be appropriate for the site. So we do envision a 3-story, up to 3 stories, not all 3 stories on the site. And we believe we can accommodate approximately 50 units going up to 3 stories on the site. Number 2 development goal is serving a broad range of household sizes and incomes at 3 separate income tiers. So we're hoping to go up to either 60% of area median income or 80% of area median income. It really depends on which financing path we take. There's a whole bevy of state programs out there right now. Some limit you to 60%, some limit you to 80%. We're gonna be as flexible as possible so we can apply for as much as possible. But we do wanna serve a broad range of incomes between 30% to 60 or 80% of AMI. Also important to note is serving a broad range of household sizes. Our project would include studios, 1s, 2s, and 3s. In fact, to be competitive for the state financing, we would have at least 25% 2 bedrooms and at least 25% 3 bedrooms. So there would be family units in addition to studios and 1s. Probably unique to our proposal is that we would provide a set aside of units for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I have an adult nephew who's 24 with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I see daily the struggles my sister has and making sure that he's in stable housing. And so when I started Freebird, it was really a mission of mine to serve that population. Most of the projects I've been working on have a set aside for that population. It also has the added benefit various state funding programs. And it also, I know parking is going to be a huge concern for this site, and it helps justify lower parking ratios because people with intellectual and developmental disabilities don't have overnight parking needs. They're living independently. They may have an aide there during the day, but they don't have overnight parking needs because they're not the driver. And lastly, development program goal, be a good neighbor, both through community engagement and the design. Next slide. Design goals, this is going to repeat some of the things I've already said. Again, we would look to maximize the number of units while limiting the height to 3 stories at a max, again, 3 stories maximum. We would articulate the buildings to relate and transition to the surrounding context. So what I mean by that is that, you know, we do have single family homes on the back side of the site, and we would step the building down so it's not, we're not having 3 stories right next to a 1-story single family home. We would activate the public street, particularly East Cotati Avenue, with a lobby on one corner and commercial space on the other corner. We'll talk a little bit about the commercial space in a second. One thing that we always do in our projects is have a single point of entry to the project for security reasons. So the lobby would be a single point of entry, so we could always see who's coming in, who's going. So that would be a key design goal. We would incorporate indoor and outdoor community spaces. Again, we'd provide an adequate amount of parking, and we design the project to be environmentally conscious. Go on to the financing goals, sorry. Again, providing housing for a broad range of incomes and abilities, going up to either 60 or 80% of AMI. Minimize the local subsidy to the greatest extent possible. Again, we understand the city spent your housing money on acquiring the site. So we would want to keep our project as flexible as possible to be competitive under as many state financing sources as possible to be able to limit the amount of city subsidy in the project. The next point is, again, ensuring competitiveness under the multiple funding paths. So while everything is conceptual at this point, there are 2 things that I think the project needs to have in order to be competitive, and that we would include in the project. Number 1 is, as I mentioned before, at least 25% 2-bedroom units and at least 25% 3-bedroom units, and also that's set aside for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. All right, next slide. Go to the community benefits. The building would have a community room, and we would be able to make that community room available for community events on a reservation basis. We've done that in other projects as well. Again, the ground floor commercial space that activates the street and can serve it as a community service facility. We would work with the city and community to determine what's the best use for that space. Extraordinary sustainability and accessibility measures. So the building would be all electric, and we would participate in the California Energy Commission's BUILD program, which provides incentives for energy efficiency. Being a small and women-owned business, I have a strong commitment to local, small, and disadvantaged business hiring. So that includes both on the construction side and on the ongoing property management side. We would provide a robust set of social services at the site, both adult education classes, health and wellness classes, and again, at our projects, we typically there's opening for building residents. They have a priority basis to enroll in those classes, but then we can also make them available to the general public as well. And then lastly, extensive local outreach and assistance in multiple languages to ensure people who live and work in Cotati can access the new housing opportunities. Okay, my last slide is talking about the community engagement process. Again, as I mentioned before, we understand there's history on the site. We understand there's been prior engagement. And we also understand that the community now understands that the city has purchased the site with Affordable Housing Fund, so affordable housing will be on the site. So even knowing all of those things, we think it's very important to basically, I don't want to say start from scratch, but we think it's very important for us to lead a community engagement process to really figure out what's going to be built on the site. Again, with a set of parameters, knowing that it's going to be built as an affordable housing and that it will be, up to 3 stories to maximize the number of units that it can support and meet the city's RHNA numbers. So we would engage again in multiple languages, including English and Spanish, and any others the city identifies as being a priority for our engagement process. We would have public meetings with local residents, businesses, neighborhood associations during our pre-entitlement phase to make sure that we have a consensus around what we are submitting to the planning department before we submit it to the planning department. We'll have conversations with city leaders and staff. We're happy to provide tours of other affordable housing developments that we've done. It's great that we're going to have one done 10 minutes away. And then we're also happy to attend any neighborhood association meetings. We provide written communication and other outreach materials. And I think what's also important to note with us is that we take communication very seriously. It doesn't end when we get our entitlements. It doesn't end when the city approves our DDA. During construction, operations, et cetera. Well, we do newsletters to the community every month during construction for all of our projects as to what's going on. My number, my number and email address is on all of that. So we make sure that we're staying in contact with people throughout the process. And also just noting the woman who talked earlier from Charles Street Village, I'd be happy to chat with you outside after we're done here as well and get your phone number so we can follow up. I think that is it for my presentation. Next slide is just questions. Should I keep it under 10?
I wasn't counting.
Maybe a little bit more.
Sorry. Thank you so much. Does anyone have questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Kay. I'm super excited that you put in a bid for this. And I just want to offer, I've been working with the libraries, and I love that you have the idea of a community room, and we do not have a library in Cotati. So it would be lovely if we could potentially partner with the library to get that community space potentially even run by the library and be a satellite library for Cotati. And I'm happy to work with you on that as well if it's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I had just a couple little questions. I'm sure that you've got this accounted for, but I'm just for my own knowledge. We had to have pretty specific thresholds of how many units would be affordable at various levels in order to comply with the Surplus Land Act. Is there any conflict between the affordability levels you were discussing?
We will beat those numbers
Okay.
easily.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so the project that I'm working on in Santa Rosa right now is also exempt surplus land, as is the one in Healdsburg, actually, and both projects. The threshold actually isn't that hard to meet for exempt surplus land in terms of affordability, so that won't be an issue.
Great. And then another question I got just about the first project that you showed us, was that called Monroe? What was it called?
Monroe Commons.
Monroe Commons. And it was built in 2023.
Yeah.
Just to give us sort of an idea of what to expect, when did you first begin that
Oh,
process?
Don't ask. No, so I'll just be realistic in saying on both projects, Monroe Commons in Santa Clara, and then South Park Commons in Santa Rosa. It took 2 to 3 years from the time we entered into an ENA until the time we had a shovel in the ground. That's unfortunately very typical for affordable housing. I'd love to say that it's going to happen in less than 2 to 3 years, but just the way the funding cycles work for the state, going back to trying to minimize city subsidy, that means we need to get as much state subsidy as possible. And they have annual funding cycles. And so without getting too technical, we usually see an entitlement, the ENA period entitlement process taking about a year, and then another year to get your financing, and then moving into, yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Question?
Oops, sorry. I had a question. You'd mentioned about you try to minimize the local public subsidy in the project. And I'm wondering, like, for example, the South Park Commons, do you happen to know what percentage of maybe Santa Rosa subsidies were used versus other funding that was acquired?
Yeah, so on that project, that project is not a great comparable for the site. That project is 50% homeless because that's what the city wanted and needed. So there's quite a bit of city subsidy in that project because they had it available because they wanted homeless housing there. So, but for example, on that project, it's about $5 million in city funding that's on that project, and over 20 million in state funding. So the nice thing there is that, to note, is that on that project, we had 3 different state funding sources. We were successful in getting all 3 sources the first time we applied. And we were able to get over $20 million for the project. I think a better comparable would probably be our Saggio Hills, Healdsburg project, where the city is providing us the land on that one. And they're also passing some money from the market rate developer. So that project was a requirement of a market rate developer, kind of inclusionary type project. So they paid some money to the city, about $1 million that the city is giving us for that project. But otherwise, we think and we hope we will be able to get that project done without any additional city funding beyond the land and beyond the money that they're giving us. And the money that they're giving us is actually for sidewalks and other items that the market rate developer was supposed to do but didn't do. They gave them money instead of actually doing that work.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Sorry,
Mhm.
that was a
Yeah.
long-winded
Thank
response.
you.
Okay, we have another question. Yes.
So, is it really a time frame thing to put together the package for the financing? I like your approach. It's very different than what's come before us, because what comes before us usually are people that are wanting to make lots and lots of money and nothing works. But is the time-consuming thing fitting in with all of these cycles? And it appears that your approach is to not single source, but to multi-source to kind of get benefits all along the way. And is that correct in my assumption?
So, yeah, it is really a function of just when the state funding cycles come out. And unfortunately, that's been a moving target for the last however many years. So you think, like, for example, they were supposed to come out with a NOFA like 2 months ago, and they still haven't announced when they're going to come out with that NOFA for 2024. So it really is a function of the state annual cycles. We would, for this project, the funding source that we think is the best fit for it, we would need one state funding source. I would really not want to do another program with 3 state funding sources. And the state has, started consolidating some of their funding programs. So even on the project that I just mentioned in Santa Clara, all those funding sources, the 3 different funding sources that we have on that project are now all in one NOFA. So that will be helpful moving forward as well.
Well, it's nice to hear that the state is consolidating some of their things to make it easier for people to get to the money. So that's all my questions.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We sure appreciate you coming here in person.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment on Zoom first.
Do you want me to stay up here in case they have questions for me? Or
You can have a seat, and if we need you, we'll beg you to come back up.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. We do have a hand from Lori. Lori, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. This is all secretive. You have not let the citizens of Cotati know anything about this. I'm the one who's been pointing it out. You had a closed session, bought the property with no explanation. Then we hear a couple months later, we hear 1.6 or something million of our housing fund of 3 million went to this land. And then you've already got 1 million tied up in the sewer fund. So our $3 million we've had for at least a dozen years is now committed by the city to these 2 projects. It will hurt anybody in the senior park, the Sierra, on West Sierra. There's no affordable housing because you're taking it all up on this project. And it's all behind the scenes, and nobody knows about it. You have not been truthful or outgoing, or I'm the only one who listens, and no, people do not know it came out of our affordable housing fund. They don't even know we had this huge fund. The other thing is, with this developer, both the Healdsburg and the Santa Rosa, they gave $1. They sold the land to them for $1. Are you going to sell our $1.6 million one for $1 so they can put it in? This needs not to happen tonight. You need to go forward and be honest with the people of Cotati that there's other places in Cotati, such as this mobile home park, that needs to be funded for just one downtown next to already Charles Street Village, which is low income too. This doesn't need to happen. It'll ruin the hub again. There's no parking, business, same things as what happened with the SB 35 program. I urge you not to do this. You will lose the citizenry of Cotati if you do this. You'll lose their faith in you forever because you kept this secret. You didn't engage anybody, and now you're trying to pass through the only company that replied to your RFP or whatever it is, and through because they know you have money. I'm tired of this kind of stuff happening in Cotati. It needs to stop. And also, you're already under lawsuit over the senior mobile home park. And this is just going to cause more lawsuits. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next hand is from Neil Hancock. Neil, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, thank you. I live a block away from here, or half a block, and pass this area a lot, especially walking into town. I really appreciate that there's going to be a mixed use for it, because I think that really helps for a group of people who have a stratification of different people that live together. I'd be interested to be on the list to hear about it. I do think that having a host or a manager with it goes very well. We certainly have a house on Arthur Street that has a 4-unit, or I think 6-unit, managed by the county. And there is a little bit of a challenge sometimes with the bins on the road. It's right at the end of the road, so it really doesn't matter too much. But that ability to have some ownership of what surrounds the building, I think would be very valuable for the rest of Cotati to consider. So look forward to this coming back into the public frame, and for people being able to see what's going on with the design. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next hand is from Albert Lopez. Albert, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I'm going to turn the volume up just a little bit for you here, Albert. One moment.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that.
Okay, how about now?
Much better.
Okay. First of all, I'm a relatively new resident to the city of Cotati. I want to thank the mayor and the city council for your foresight into trying to find a solution with this project. I totally get that it's just barely in conceptual phase, but I appreciate the fact that Freebird wants to be engaged with the community on multiple levels with over communication. But thanks again to the mayor and city council for trying to get ahead of the curve with a solution like this. So thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Mayor Sparks, that was our last hand on Zoom.
Okay, we'll go ahead and now open it up to public comment within the council chambers. Is there anyone in the chambers today who would like to make a comment? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Adrian Lobby. I'm a citizen of Cotati. I live nearby, easy walking distance from this place. I go buy flowers, not to reason why, regularly. I also, because of my homeless advocacy in Sonoma County, I'm pretty aware of Freebird. The South Park Commons used to be the Bennett Valley Senior Center. And when the city closed Bennett Valley Senior Center, there was quite a unhappy bunch of people. They did not want, they were used to going there. They liked it. It was an old building, but still they didn't want to have to move over to Finley. So I think Freebird came in with some of the same historical problems that they may have here. And I have to say, I have heard nothing bad, which in my position is really rare. I often hear the worst about everybody, especially housing development and homeless providers. I really love the idea of having developmentally disabled people. There is a history of that in our community in smaller group homes. And I think it's a really great fit for us. I think it's a great fit for the senior project that's nearby. What else do I have to say? Oh, we have some low-income developers that are sort of historically here in Sonoma County. And Freebird is relatively new, as you can see. But there's a need for more. And we're going to possibly have a ballot measure this November, which you may know about, that's going to bring in a lot of money. And we need more developers to do affordable housing. So I'm really pleased by that. I also would like to know what kind of management for 50 people. Is there going to be an on-site manager? Is there going to be any kind of case management, especially when you're doing people who are very, very low income or developmentally disabled? To me, that requires a little more attention on the day-to-day and maybe some specialized training in the personnel that you have there. I'm also very curious to hear what has been their experience doing this in other places with the developmentally disabled people particularly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to make a public comment? Yeah. Welcome.
Hi, it's Heidi Chesney again, Charles Street Village. I just want to thank everyone here speaking on behalf of these issues and other issues that I wasn't aware of. I was aware, unlike the speaker on Zoom, I was aware these things were going on. It was just, but I wasn't able to come to a council meeting to hear about it specifically until tonight. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. And I look forward to speaking to a few of you. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, what a great fit, it seems, Freebird and Cotati. I'm really pleased with Robin Ziegler and Freebird and the seems like integrity that I heard here at the podium and the inclusion of all aspects of society into one project. And so, yeah, I'm all for it. I hope that it goes forward. I hope that the funding happens, and I say go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments from those in the chambers tonight? Going once, going twice? Okay, so we will bring it back to the council for discussion. And I wanted to take a moment just before we go into that to address one of the comments. I have every intention of making sure that this process is as transparent and open as possible. We never intend to be secretive in any of our dealings unless it's financial transactions that have to be conducted in closed session. But we did a community survey in, I believe it was November or December, And one of the questions on the survey was, what are the most pressing issues for you in Cotati? And the number one concern that people had, and it was by a huge margin, maybe if you remember, it might have been 30 or 40 points ahead of any other issue, was the price of housing, the affordability of housing. So I do think that it's our duty to be responsive to what we're hearing and try to move forward with building more affordable housing. We don't intend to be secretive about this, and we hope that we will gain the faith of the public by pursuing affordable housing rather than lose it. So I just wanted to speak to that because I feel so strongly about building affordable housing. Okay, so off of my soapbox, is there anybody on the council who would like to open us up with any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the presentation by Robin. I think it was a great presentation. I agree with the commenter about the fit for Cotati. It does feel like a really good fit. Most of the time, the developers we get don't seem like they're a very good fit. They're all about profit and not really about the community. And the things that touched me about your presentation is consideration of existing residents, consideration of the community needs, consideration of the people that will live in this development. So you try and match all of that with a project rather than, deciding what we normally see is this is how much profit I want and what do I have to build in order to get that profit. So I really do feel like your approach is very different. And I do feel that we are very different. And I think that it is good. And one of the commenters also said, well, maybe we should start over and, try this. We did put this RFQ out to lots of developers. And because we are small and we don't have, a large piece of land, and it's also a unique piece of land, we did not get a lot of takers on that because it is a difficult piece of property, as Robin pointed out, to deal with. But I do like, at least conceptually, what you put together because I think it fits with our community. And I look forward to actually seeing it come to fruition.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Lemus.
Yeah, I also want to say that I really appreciate, and I think it's a good fit. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I really appreciate the robust engagement that you plan on having with the community. And I appreciate you even offered English and Spanish and any other languages that are necessary. Just that you're really thinking about our community needs and really trying to reach as many people as you can with the plans as you go along. I really think it's a great fit, and I look forward to this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any comments?
Well, the feminist in me just can't help but notice that the woman-owned business is presenting to what ends up being an all-female city council to make this decision. Not that that has anything to do with our decision, but I just want to it kind of feels a bit historical. And so thank you. And I also, like I said at the beginning, was really impressed by the bid and appreciate you putting it in and your presentation as well. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And I also appreciate how the creative design and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you're able to come up with once you're able to talk to all the people who live around there or be affected by the project. I guess if there's no more discussion about this, we'd be looking for a motion.
I'd be happy to make that motion. Recommend we approve the attached resolution providing authorization to the city manager to enter into an exclusive negotiated agreement with Freebird Development LLC, subject to the final review by the city attorney for the development of the city-owned property at 120 East Cotati Avenue with 100% affordable housing project.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? I'll let it show that Vice Mayor Ford is abstaining because he had to recuse himself due to living too close to the project. All right, so that passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you very much. Okay, that's going to, thank you for being here. We're going to actually take a 5-minute break because we need to fetch our vice mayor. So we will 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. No. Okay, we will now reconvene our meeting. And we had skipped ahead and skipped the direction on future agenda items. So I want to return back to that. Is there anyone who has direction on future agenda items? Yes, Councilmember Lemus.
Yes, I wanted for us to put on the next agenda item a letter in opposition to SB 1298. And this is from last week's mayor and council members legislative meeting that I didn't attend, but I did receive an email to request a letter in opposition. 1298 really poses a threat to our state's ambitious and world-leading climate goals. And I think that they did it because there's a real issue with our outdated and unreliable electrical grid that's failing. But this one would really provide like a loophole for data centers to be able to use to avoid electricity and to use gas-powered generators. And so we're trying to avoid that. So this is something that we like to put on the next agenda item. A letter in opposition to SB 1298.
Okay, is there any opposition to placing that on the agenda? Okay, so we will work to get that on an upcoming, hopefully the next meeting. I think you did it for the timing. Yeah.
Will that be in time for when they need it? Do they have a date on when they need it by?
I checked today with Miles Horton at Sonoma Clean Power, and it's scheduled to be on the floor of the second house in August. And so they said if we get it in July, it'll be good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are there any other items for a future agenda? Okay, so we will go ahead and move on. The next item is a public hearing. So reminder on our process, we will have a presentation from staff and then we'll have time for questions. Then we'll open the public hearing, take public comment, close the public hearing after that. All right, so this is the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.22 of Cotati Municipal Code establishing a Community Police Advisory Committee. I'll turn it over to Chief Simmons. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Sparks, Vice Mayor Ford, and council members. So I'll be brief on my end tonight due to the detailed discussions we had on May 28th during the presentation to you all regarding oversight, accountability, and police advisory committees. So council had expressed an interest in exploring additional forms of community oversight for the Cotati Police Department and the potential reincorporation of some form of the currently dissolved Cotati Police Auxiliary Commission. On May 28th, we provided a presentation to council, which culminated with the analysis of various police advisory and oversight models, including recommendations on the potential formation of what is being proposed in this ordinance as the Community Police Advisory Committee. As a result, before you all is a draft of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.22 of the Cotati Municipal Code to establish guidelines for a Community Police Advisory Committee. And again, without going into every aspect of the ordinance, as the details were primarily discussed at the May 28th presentation, the ordinance outlines what staff believes council's desires were to include committee membership and terms of office, which were 5 members on a 3-year term, which was initially staggered, where the 5 members initially appointed, 2 would be from a term of 2 years, 3 would be for a term of 3 years. It outlines meeting frequency, which is proposed as quarterly, the conditions of committee member appointment and qualifications of committee members, and duties and engagement parameters with guidelines on the focus types of discussions the group would be having to include arrest and crime stats, trends, public safety initiatives, use of force and complaint statistics, notable community events and engagements, and police trainings. So with that, it's recommended that the Cotati City Council introduce an ordinance amending and restating in its entirety Chapter 2.22 of the Cotati Municipal Code to establish and define guidelines for a Community Police Advisory Committee. And I'm happy to answer any questions any of you might have.
All right, thank you. Let's limit ourselves just to questions right now, just to follow the rules for a public hearing. So does anyone have questions for the police chief? Yes, go ahead.
So I'll save the recommendations for later. But one of my questions was in, let me see, it is, looks like it's 2.22.050 meetings. C. It says the time and place of all committee meetings shall be posted in advance with meetings open to the public according to state law, but it doesn't say how far in advance. So could it, is it possible to specify how far in advance it needs to be notified? The public needs to be notified?
Yeah, well, I will, just to clarify, it would be subject to the Brown Act, so it would be the same noticing requirements in state law that this body has or the Planning Commission body. So it just would follow the Brown Act requirements, which are in state law.
Okay, other questions? Yes, go ahead.
So Damian, are you thinking that there will be a regular schedule like ours?
Yeah, so one of the first things that this committee will have to do is adopt bylaws. But this, I mean, which will describe kind of how the meeting process will go. But this, this ordinance suggests that they'll be quarterly. So there will be at least quarterly. There could be more frequent meetings, special meetings as needed. Yeah.
Yes, another question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask just on the duties. So it's like C, D, and E. I'm just curious what makes things notable, like who gets to define, what gets to be considered? Is that a committee decision or does someone else get to decide that for them?
Well, I think it is a committee decision, and it's something that happens in the exchange that I would have with them in terms of, I would probably come in the first couple of meetings with, some crime trends and things that I thought at least that were notable and things that we perhaps discussed on the same lines of, say, the annual report, for example, those sorts of things. And then I think it would probably spin off from there and see what the desires of the members were and to the extent to which we could accommodate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? I had one question, which was about the appointment of members. It says that it will be appointed by an interview panel comprised of 2 city council members and the city manager. Maybe this is a question for city manager Obit, I'm not sure, but would the initial appointment of which city council members sit on that committee, would that be covered under the city council rules that the mayor appoints it with the approval of the council, or how would that work, initial appointment work?
So what I was thinking is how it would work. It would work like other appointments. So when we do our January process where we appoint council members to assignments, it'd be that sort of process where the whole council would discuss, like among other committees, there's this committee, this interview committee who wants to serve on that as interviews are coming up. And then the council would appoint them.
Are you, then a follow-up question based on that, are you thinking that this wouldn't form until January, or that we might need to?
I think in this case, we'd form it sooner because.
Okay, so we would
Yeah.
just have that same sort of approval process.
Yeah,
At an
except-
earlier point, okay.
If it was before January, though, we would just be talking about this one appointment. And then we'd come back in January with a full list.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, so we will go ahead and open the public hearing. I'd like to open up to public comment on this item to anyone in the council chambers first. Is there anyone here who would like to make a public comment?
Hi, Adrian Lobby, Cotati resident. I say resident. The first time I came up, I said citizen. And I'm trying to train myself because a lot of residents in our county are not citizens. And I need to just be aware of that in my own sort of prioritizing and thinking of who's important and who's not. I don't think it's a surprise to any of you that I very much support this. I really appreciate that it's a Brown Act situation. I think that's very important in terms of oversight, transparency, making this really effective. I would hope that these 5 people will be very engaged. And since policing is about legalities and a lot of detail, because it's all about the law, and the law is very detailed. So I'm hoping that this is a group of people, citizens, residents who are going to want to meet more than quarterly. because I think they're going to need to if they're really going to be effective. So I just want to kind of give you that heads up to expect that and to hope for that. I think we're going to find some great people for this committee, and I'm looking forward to seeing it happen. Oh, there was also another member of the core group, the community against racism, community organized against racism, who wanted to be here but had to leave at 7. So just so you know, there's another person who's interested in support of this.
All right, thank you. We have another comment in the chambers.
Shelley Berman, Cotati resident. I'm really excited about this, and my head was going all over the city after we talked about it at the last meeting when we talked about this. My understanding was that you possibly wanted a business owner who wasn't necessarily a resident of Cotati. I would like to have that be defined if that's true, because we've got such a guy. I'm telling you, his name is Jesse, and he is the barbershop owner on Old Redwood Highway below co-housing. And the people go there, and that guy is so friendly and available. The community happens in that barbershop. He knows my name. My dog's name happens to be Jesse. So the two of them have a relationship, and they have the same hair color. They're both bleach blondes. And it's just outstanding. This fellow would be what a find. And he's young and vibrant. And I had other ideas of folks. So I got people in my head, and I'd be happy to get them for you for an interview process if you'd like some assistance. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a public comment on this item? Okay, let's please go to Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Our first hand is from Lori. Lori, you have the floor.
Okay. For one thing, I'm totally for the police oversight committee. We've needed it for a long time. What I am very concerned about is that your appointment and the city's involvement in getting the people on the commission. This has been a problem forever. When Measure G and Susan Harvey and David Obid would remember this, for the initial board, I had arranged Rancho Cotati's AP civics class to come up with the, to take the interviews and to do the, to comprise, so it would be actually fair and representative of the people of Cotati. That was, of course, put down, and you guys appoint each other, the people there who are going to be the same as your views. We know that. You're not going to get any change, any oversight if you have this appointments process. It needs to be an appointment process where the citizens can freely go to express their opinions on the without having city repercussions. This whole thing about transparency is not true, because you've set up a system where people get on the boards that are you appoint them by a city council member, and it's just not open and honest. And for one, with police oversight, you need honest discussions, people being able to express their feelings, know what's going on. We don't need people attached to co-housing and stuff. We already have enough of those. We need people in the whole community, a representative for the police department. Oh, and I'm very much looking forward to it when it does come together. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Our next hand is from Marjorie. Marjorie, you have the floor. Marjorie, are you able to unmute?
Can you
We
hear
hear
me
you there,
now?
Marjorie. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I am so excited about this. I do have a question. How soon will the process begin? And what's the timeline in terms of having a sitting committee ready to go to work? Okay, so those are my two questions. I want to be involved in this process in some way because I think that we need it here, and I'm very excited that it's going to happen. The speaker just before me had some concerns, and I don't share those concerns. I do believe that our city, that we can find good people who will serve us well. We just have to look, and we have to know how to do that. But I'm excited. I want this to work. It's great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it.
Right, thank you for your comment.
That was our last hand on Zoom, Mayor Sparks. That'll end public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to everybody who took the time to comment on this. We'll bring it back to the council for discussion. I'll open with Councilmember Harvey.
Damian, is it yours and the chief's desire to do like we do for most openings on most of our boards and committees, and that's via application process?
Yeah, that was the intended process.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because that's a little bit different, I believe, than what was spoken, because normally for most of our boards and commissions, we do ask for applications.
And actually, before we go further in the discussion, would it be possible for you to address a couple of the questions? One was about whether business owners who don't live in Cotati could serve on the board. And the other question was the timeline when you anticipate having an up and running board.
I can speak to the qualification part of it with the business owner. So in the qualifications section of the ordinance, it says that committee members are required to be one of the following: a resident and a business owner with a physical address in Cotati is one of them. So, and also, or the leader of a faith-based or the leader of a community organization with a physical address in Cotati. If you got that.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Regarding timeline.
Yeah, the intent was, just on that too, the intent was to just, all the different communities that are served by the police department. So that was the idea. In terms of timeline, so we're trying to, the target internally at least is to try to get this committee seated before we get into the holiday season. So later fall.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Clarification?
Yes.
Can I get a clarification, Chief, when you said about business owners, faith-based members with a residence, with a physical address in Cotati, do you mean business physical address or home address?
Business physical address. So again, to the city manager's point, it would be the people that our police department are serving. So if someone lived in Windsor and had obviously a business here, but if they did have a business here, we'd be serving them during the time that their business would be open.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Let's see, anybody else wishing to speak at this point? Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Rivers.
So I had a couple thoughts I just wanted to share. So in both the purpose and objectives and then also removal from office, I wonder if we couldn't have the committee be one of the deciders as well, rather than just the city council and the city manager. So for example, in the last sentence of purpose and objectives could say, chief of police, or, well, where would it start? It's long. Basically, that in community-based safety programs as defined by the committee, the city council, city manager, and chief of police, to include the actual committee as one of those bodies, not just everyone else. So in other words, the committee is in a position to potentially come up with ideas for community-based safety programs, as because it's basically saying as defined by everybody except the committee.
I think it's defining the committee, right? Because it starts with the purpose and intent of the committee is to serve and is defined by the city council. I don't know if it's semantics.
Well, no, I'm just saying, so it just, the way it reads right now, everybody other than the committee gets to define the community-based safety programs. And all I'm suggesting is that potentially the purpose of the committee could include recommending community-based programs that perhaps these other entities haven't thought of. That's the point of having the community involved directly. No?
Yeah, I think I'll just speak to at least when with a purpose and objective category here, yeah, it was about the committee and when putting that committee together. I see your point in terms of, I don't think there's anything that would block or restrict the committee from making suggestions about different safety programs and that sort of thing. In fact, it's further defined in their duties, which actually really describes what they'd be doing and what we'd be doing. So I think that was the purpose and objectives is basically a preamble to, putting that committee together, and that was essentially defined by us all here. And then ultimately the duties are the things that describe the things that we'd be talking about. And also the city manager, when he mentioned, putting bylaws together and that sort of thing, we can further, go into distill that even further, I think.
Okay, but is there a reason we couldn't include the committee as one of the entities that could define community-based safety programs?
Might I make a suggestion that
Sure.
maybe at the end of community-based safety programs, we just put a period? And then,
Oh, sure.
then we're
Yeah.
not excluding anyone.
Okay, perfect. Love it. Okay, then the second one, and maybe you have a magic solution there too, Mayor. So any of the committee members, so this is the removal from office clause. Any of the committee members may be removed at any time by a majority vote of the city council. But I feel like it would be appropriate for it to be a majority vote of the committee or city council maybe, because the committee itself, I think, should be empowered to be able to, add and subtract from themselves. It shouldn't just be us deciding that for them.
Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
I'd like to respond to that one a little bit. I think, the appointment mechanism is, I'm comfortable with the two council members. This isn't the committee that's inviting new members, and I wouldn't be comfortable with majority being able to say, we don't like your viewpoint, you're off the committee. So I'm not comfortable with the committee having the authority to kick somebody off. I think that's too much potential for, we're going to take over the committee. And then it puts us in the position of having to advertise a new position and getting, I just think that's got to be a council role to remove somebody from a committee like this.
I think I understand your concern, Councilmember Rivers, about wanting to make sure that the committee itself has agency and authority. I think I also share Vice Mayor Ford's concern, though, that it could have unintended consequences if we were to imagine somebody from an underrepresented group who was on that committee and people didn't like their viewpoint and were trying to kick them off. I could imagine scenarios that would be very unfair and sow a lot of discord within the committee. So I think I agree with Vice Mayor Ford at this point. I would feel more comfortable keeping that as a council authority. But I'm open to hearing more about it. Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion that the committee may recommend to the council if they want I don't know exactly how you want to word it. You're the English teacher, but they may make recommendations to the council about possible removal for whatever reason.
Yeah, and that kind of leads into a suggestion that I wanted to make separately, but would kind of go along with this. One of the things we had discussed at the last time this came before the council, but it didn't make it into the ordinance, was the idea that the committee would have the authority to make written recommendations to the police chief or to the city council. And then those recommendations wouldn't be binding, but there would be a requirement that the police chief respond to those recommendations within 6 months, either saying, yes, we're going to adopt the recommendation, no, we're not, and here's why. Just so that when the committee makes some suggestion, it has to go somewhere, there's a record of it, and then there's a record of the response that was made. So I would like to suggest adding under the duties section, which is 222.070. I'm not real picky about where, maybe after item C, to add an additional duty, something to this effect, to make written recommendations to the police department as needed on police matters. The police chief shall provide a written response to any such recommendation within 6 months, either adopting the recommendation or explaining what will not be adopted, something to that effect. So maybe we could, if we were to go ahead with something like that, we could possibly include that another clause saying that the committee could also make recommendations to the city council on committee and police matters. And that would take care of the issue about, having a problem with some of the membership of the committee.
Excuse me, Mayor. So one of the under duties currently in the current draft, under item E, the committee would be, as is currently written, would be reporting annually on the committee's activities. And at least the initial intent, I think, from the staff perspective, was they could also make recommendations like you're talking about, right? The concern with making recommendations for changes in policies and procedures or equipment or whatever that is it could drive costs. And at least in this staff recommendation, the idea was that the council would be making those kind of changes that would drive, costs, whether it's labor costs, training costs, equipment costs, rather than a subcommittee doing that outside of the council's purview. So that was the thinking behind it. So it would come to the council, and the council could decide, yeah, we want to do that, and we understand there's a cost implication or there's a labor time implication to that.
I see what you're saying. So the idea is that you're saying that, tell me if I'm understanding right, that the problem with the idea that I proposed is you don't want the committee to make recommendations directly to the police chief because it could cost money?
Well, at least the thinking was that, it could potentially be all types of different recommendations. Some might be nothing like, we want you to add this on the website. Okay, that's easy, right? Others could be, we think you should do this kind of training or this kind of training, which drives training costs and overtime costs and other things. And so the concern was having a subcommittee of the council recommending things primarily that would cost things outside of the council's purview. That was the concern. Not so much things that are really no cost, easy to fix things,
Would it be, I'll do one more question, then I'll turn it over to you. Would it be, there are currently decisions that fall within the chief of police's purview that affect costs in some way right now, but we don't have every single thing come to us. And of course you have authority up to $25,000 to make decisions. So would it is there a way that would be workable that recommendations could go to the chief and the chief could approve them if they didn't, if they so wanted to, and it didn't cause a lot of cost? And then if it was going to be expensive, then it could just be elevated to the city council to consider?
Yeah, I mean, I think there could be some process like that where if it's if it's just an easy recommendation that doesn't drive a lot of ongoing costs, they could just be made at a staff level. If it's things that elevate to, create ongoing costs, either ongoing training obligations or whatever, then maybe that would be part of the annual report that the council could then weigh in on,
My concern is two things with this. One, I want to make sure there's a written record of the work that the committee does and the response to their work so that it really goes somewhere and we can see what happened as a result. And that's not quite the same as an annual report. A report on the activities of the committee might include a recommendation, but then there's not necessarily a written response to that recommendation. That's the part I'm after. And then my other concern is that once a year might not be responsive enough to the needs of the community. So I wanted the committee to have the ability to make a recommendation and get some kind of response more quickly than that. And let's continue this discussion. Councilmember Harvey had her hand up.
So my suggestion to basically help with your need is maybe what we do is on E is change that to semi-annually. That would get your 6-month time period, and it could be activities and recommendations. So it could kind of be all-inclusive there, just a idea.
Yes, Councilmember Ford, or Vice Mayor Ford, sorry.
That's fine. So Councilmember Harvey's suggestion works for me for recommendations to council, but I do think that I agree with the mayor that I think that it's clear that this body is advisory. It is not making decisions, and so it's formed to advise both the chief and the council, and that's and so I think it needs to be somewhere in here. Like advice means recommendations, and we need to say they have the authority to make recommendations to the chief. And that might happen at any one of their meetings. It's not going to wait till the end of the year and compile their recommendations. And I think it's reasonable to ask for a response within 6 months. That response might be, it's not in this year's budget. I'll bring it to council and we'll decide whether that's an important item to add to next year's budget. It might be that conflicts with code governing what the police do. There's, the response is just a response. It's not an implementation. That's
Thank you. Other comments or discussion?
I'm leaning towards also the semi-annually because I know that there's a lot of work and research that would go into even looking for a response and putting something formal, out. So I'm leaning towards that.
Sorry, just before I go to you, could you clarify a little bit more what you mean
Yeah. So I think that the body could make recommendations, but I think what you had mentioned is maybe that the chief could respond within 6 months, but I think that could be done in a report. So that report can have the recommendation, what the response was.
The recommendation could be made at any time throughout the year, and then the
Included in the
response
report.
would come. The response would come with the report later.
It could be included in the report
Okay.
on semi-annually.
That makes sense to me.
The other benefit of the semi-annually is if there's something in the recommendations that does require funding or something like that, it would allow us to fit it in our budgeting cycle. So semi-annually, we would be at least probably either close to or in the budgeting process, so.
We could even make it align with our mid-year update and our.
That,
strategic planning.
that would be ideal so that then we're not surprised either. And if we need to plan accordingly, we can plan.
Okay. All right. Any additional comments on that topic or another topic? Yes.
So I agree with that compromise you came up with, Sylvia, Councilmember Lemus. I didn't feel like the one that I brought up got closed out. So I just wanted to clarify. So I'm also okay with the compromise. I believe it was Councilmember Harvey came up with of having the committee make a recommendation to the city council about if someone needs, if there's a majority feels that a member needs to be removed, that it wouldn't come from us, it would come from, or it could either come from them or from us. Is that something that could be drafted? Do you need wording? What do people feel about that? Is that a good compromise for that? Yeah, okay.
I wrote a sentence I could try, but I don't know. By a majority vote, the committee may recommend removal of a committee member to the city council.
Yeah, you might want to change the modifier on that though, because it sounds like removing someone from city council.
May recommend removal of a committee member. So you may recommend to the city council the
Put it there.
removal of a committee member?
Yeah. It's just a misplaced modifier. Awesome. Thank you.
So to clarify, that would go in the, I'm just like cheating on my
well,
test here. That would
That
go in the
goes-
removal from office.
In the removal
Yes.
from office
Okay.
after the word terminated is where I stuck it, but it could
Okay.
go in either place.
And then the other item was in the purpose and objectives with the modification you made to add a period after programs.
Yes.
Right. And then I do have two more. For what section? We're in letter B, the qualifications section. And these two are both related for me, B and D. For B, I just feel like it would be more appropriate for it to be an independent criminal screening rather than the Cotati police doing the screening of potential committee members that are there to advise the Cotati Police Department. I'm thinking, LifeScan or, any of those kind of things, rather than it be the Cotati Police Department is the one. Does that make sense?
Right, and that's basically how criminal screening works anyway, in terms of, we get, the information that we get isn't Cotati Police Department's information. It comes back like with LifeScan from Department of Justice, et cetera, and that sort of information. So we don't have any influence on the information that comes back during a criminal screening, if that makes sense.
Okay, so when I just read this, it says, will be conducted by the police department prior to appointment.
Yeah, the mechanics are that we would be doing the live scan of the person, but in terms of the information that comes back from that has nothing to do with us at all.
Okay, well, is there another,
The idea is that you don't have to, you're not telling the person to go out and pay for it or go find some third-party place to run their fingerprint. It just happens on our machine, basically, but the results come back like anywhere else.
right, and I'm asking if we can do it somewhere else. I trust the police department, but not everyone does. And so I just feel like it would, if we really want people to feel, really included and safe and not worried, I feel like this should be done outside of our police department.
In a live scan situation, it would be something that they'd either have to pay for or something through it'd be another law enforcement agency. So I don't know. Those are essentially the options in that regard.
Right. So when I volunteer or, I'm a teacher, I have to go do life scan. I understand this would be another expense, but I would just like to propose that I feel like that's an important distinction. It feels like a conflict. I don't know if conflict's the right word, but it doesn't, I understand what you're saying, that you would be sending out and it would be coming back, but that would require the person to go into the police department and get their fingerprints taken by the Cotati police, correct? And then sent somewhere else?
Correct.
Yeah, I feel, go ahead.
Well, I guess what I'm confused about is the whole thing is what we want is that engagement with the community, with the police department. So we want them to engage with officers and hopefully make that relationship be a good relationship. So I guess I'm thinking that anybody that would want to sit on this kind of wants to better that relationship and build that trust with someone. I'm not imagining that someone that's that fearful would want to be on this committee. And for some people, they don't even want to do live scan, no matter where they have to do it, if they're that, petrified, if you will, of it. So I just don't see a reason for the extra cost. We're not processing it. They just happen to have the machine, and then we don't have to pay to send someone, somewhere else to do it. So I don't really see a problem with that.
Vice Mayor Ford?
Just trying to get some clarity on your concern. Is the concern that you don't want people in the police department to know the results of the live scan? Is that the issue? You don't want them to know what comes back about the folks? Because the live scan clearance will have to come to the selection committee. I mean, presumably that's its purpose. So at least the council members and city manager would know. So is that what we're trying to avoid?
So for me, I would like people to apply for this committee who don't necessarily feel like the police department is the safest place for them to go, right? Like I want people who feel hesitant about the police to feel comfortable applying for these positions, because those are the people who are going to have the biggest impact on healing this relationship. People who already feel comfortable and relaxed and can just waltz into the police station with no concern whatsoever and do their fingerprints are not necessarily the people who are really going to build that bond between the people who feel that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, would it help? I'm just wondering if this would address any of your concerns. Would it help to change the wording to, instead of submit to criminal screening investigation, which could cause someone to feel kind of fearful about that process? What if it just said would be required to submit to a standard live scan background check or something like that? So it's clear we're not sending the whole police to their house to investigate them, but it's just a standard screening or something like that?
No, I mean, I definitely think, the wording like a background check would help, but having to get your fingerprints done at the Cotati Police Department when we're advising the Cotati Police Department feels discordant to me.
Could we perhaps give them the option to either do it in Cotati or?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Could it be an option? I know, like at the sheriff's office, they have the live scan. So like 4-H and other people work with it. Can they have the option if they don't feel comfortable coming here, that they can go to the sheriff's office or Sonoma State? I don't know if Sonoma State has live scans, since we already have a partnership with them. So I'm just kind of wondering if there's other options for individuals that may not feel comfortable.
I will tell you, in practice, I would, if someone said, well, I just don't want to walk into that building. Like, okay, well, there's other places you can get live scans and the results can be sent to us. So it's not, really at the end of the day, we just want the live scan results. Doesn't really, I don't know that it needs to be written into the ordinance. It seems like that could be just worked out if someone has that concern, but open the suggestions.
So perhaps, sorry, go ahead.
So maybe we just change that sentence that applicants for the committee will be required to submit to criminal screening investigation via live scan, period. And then when they ask about, well, we can do it here or you can go elsewhere and get it done.
Yeah, so I think I do like the background check much better than criminal screening investigation. So if we could keep it to applicants for the committee will be required to submit to a background check via live scan, period.
Is that technically what live scan is?
Yeah, well,
Is it a background check or a criminal check?
Yeah, the only concern about that is that, so background, although it may sound softer than criminal screening, it also gives the impression that it's a much broader and deeper sort of investigation. The background investigation is something that we do that sometimes takes months for applicants and those sorts of things. So I would, one of the concerns that I would have is actually the opposite effect happening, where someone thinks that they're going to be having this deep background check, whether it's by the Cotati Police Department or not, or by anybody, in order to be part of this committee. And I think that would actually dissuade people more.
So the criminal screening is what LifeScan does?
Well, it doesn't do a background process, I guess, is the better way to answer that, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, I mean, so if, when you run somebody's fingerprints and if there is something from the Department of Justice that comes back, information regarding criminal behavior, et cetera, convictions, that sort of thing, then yes, that's essentially what a criminal screening is. So it's focused on that piece of, that component of the information, not background, like, you know, where did you live and did you get along with your neighbors and that sort of thing, which is, you know, a more layered aspect of someone's background, which I think, so it's actually, by calling it criminal screening, I think that the intent, at least our intent, was to really make it fairly myopic to just that and not something that's broader where someone feels like we're really probing them on a lot of different levels.
Okay, so then what about, I mean, so submit to a criminal screening via LifeScan, period.
Yeah, and so whether you want, in my opinion, at least in terms of whether that says by Cotati Police Department or not, my only other concern is just, you know, involving other departments and that sort of thing. I know you mentioned the sheriff's office, but I think, you know, involving other departments for purposes of running applicants for a committee that's doing oversight for the Cotati Police Department seems like that's not necessarily the most seamless way to do that.
Well, if it was just via LifeScan, they could go to any LifeScan place, right?
True. Now, I
Rather
guess,
than come to the police department to get the fingerprints done?
and without getting further in the weeds, I guess the question is then, does that confuse somebody thinking that they now have an obligation to have to go outside to live scan? And I appreciate what you're saying in terms of not wanting to go into the police department, but then does that make it too open where they're saying, okay, well, now I got to pay for a live scan, and where's that going to get? You know, I don't know if does that make more questions and answers in that regard?
I'd like to make a comment just procedurally, which is that a lot of these details can be worked out in the procedures and the bylaws of the committee, and that this is the enabling legislation that should be fairly high level. So your point's taken, and we don't want to confuse people, but I think there's a way to do this however we like, and then it can be clarified for applicants later.
Well,
Yeah.
I propose that sentence just say, be required to submit to a criminal screening prior to appointment. I think the word investigation is a bit triggering there. It implies something more active than I think what you're describing. And so just required to submit to a criminal screening prior to appointment. And then, you know, you work out the posting letter that it describes to people how to do this. And it says, you either come down to the police department or go to your favorite live scan.
And I think there's a cost. to live
Teachers all
scans.
have a favorite live scan, don't laugh.
But to the mayor's point, that's logistics for later, right? Right now, we're just talking about what they need to do. And my concern was them having to go do fingerprints at the police station. Okay, so are we good with that one?
I think so.
Okay, so last one, letter D for that same one, qualifications. I really would like that one removed. Inquiries into a committee member's history may be made by the city manager or their designee after appointment to ensure public safety. Like, we've already done a criminal screening. Why does the city manager need authority to look into an applicant's history beyond that? Or what would be the purpose of that?
Yeah, in conversation, I think what the intent of that was, if, you know, as someone's appointed and, you know, the criminal screening is a snapshot in time, right? And so if folks are going to be on that committee for 3 years and we become aware of something that could potentially be disqualifying, that the city manager has the authority to look into that. So I think it was that simple in terms of having the ability to not just say, well, they passed that criminal screening, you know, 2 years ago, and they have a year left, but yet they're involved in some sort of activity that would otherwise be disqualifying, that there would be an argument saying, well, you can't look into that right now because they already passed their background 2 years ago, or their criminal screening, sorry, a couple of years ago. So then what's the mechanism, or at least having something that speaks to a mechanism where if there's something during the course of their time on the committee that becomes disqualifying potentially in nature, that there's a mechanism in place to deal with that.
Okay, so then could Could I offer that instead of giving the city manager authority to inquire into someone's history, to say something more to put it more in the removal section, that if someone commits, whatever kind of offense that would cause them to be disqualified, that then they be recommended to the city council for removal, rather than have it be an investigation or a power of the city manager, rather have it be the committee, if you commit a disqualifying event, that you're removed.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I do think, I trust our current city manager to behave well, but the first time Cotati created this auxiliary commission was in 1990, which was 34 years ago. So who knows who the city manager is going to be in 2059? I don't know. I think it does give a little bit more faith in the process if that's removal is always just a council decision. So I do tend to agree that maybe there's a way to move that into the removal section.
I think, I think on that, maybe just a slight modification to C above there where it says have a history of, can make it have a history or current, I mean, we wouldn't be randomly checking people's backgrounds or whatever. It's just something comes to our, something becomes, some information becomes available to us. That's an issue, right? And then it would just fall into, I think that's primarily what we'd be concerned about, is that it would be, well, I guess it really could be anything in this, sorry.
Right, no, I'm just saying, if there's a disqualifying event, that they should be removed from office. It shouldn't require investigation by and not just you, but, by a city manager. It should be, the committee should decide, yeah, hey, this is a disqualifying event. And
it's probably fine to take D out. I think there's enough in there in qualifications that it would be clear enough.
I think it's okay to spell out a disqualifying event will automatically, a disqualifying event will, trigger automatic recommendation for removal from the committee or something like that.
Councilmember Harvey?
Well, I guess what concerns me about what you just said is that it sounds like the committee members are going to be out there looking into one another and oh, I got you, you have a disqualifying event, so I'm going to get rid of, who, how does anyone find out about this disqualifying event? That the person, if someone's not looking into something, be that the committee or the city manager or the chief, someone, I doubt that the person's going to, jump up and say, hey, guess what? I just did this or that. I'm confused.
Well, I have the same response to the city manager. Why should the city manager be, is he doing it to us, right? These people are being appointed because they're trusted members of the community. And so I would presume that this disqualifying event would be an outlier and not a normal thing. And so, to the point of we have, Damien, who's very trustworthy right now, but we don't know who's going to be in the future. And I just feel like in the same way that the committee could be, ooh, gotcha, so the city manager could be. So if the presumption is that someone commits some disqualifying event that is known to the community, then they
So
would
you're
be removed.
thinking known to the community, not that, because what it sounded like, moving this from the city manager to putting that on the back of the other committee members.
I'm just saying no
what-
one's being investigated.
My personal thought on this is that we already have that the city council can remove somebody by majority vote. I think it would be within the city manager or the police chief's purview if they learned of some public safety threat from a committee member to make, you have the authority now to make whatever recommendations to us you want to all the time. So you could make a recommendation to remove someone and council could decide. So I would be comfortable just removing that entirely if everyone's
Can I
okay
ask
with that.
something?
Yeah.
Then should we ask, because it says any of the committee members may be removed once they recommend it. So can we say city manager and the chief can also recommend?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Ford?
They can, whether it says it here or not. So I don't think it needs to say it here. I don't want to make removal from office a big part of the ordinance, and we've already added one sentence to it.
Mhm, okay.
And so
Mhm.
I'm most comfortable also with just removing D. I agree that it's too broadly written right now. And I don't think it's needed.
So are we removing D? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we are adding that too. I've got 6 things on my list here. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
That was my original request, so thank you.
Thank you for being persistent and communicating all that. Yes.
So can I go back to the question of the 6-month response to recommendations to the chief? So I like what we did with the duties, section E, to report semi-annually to the city council on the committee's activities and recommendations. But that still doesn't address, so they can tell us what they recommended to the chief, but it doesn't say in here anywhere that the chief responds to those either to the committee or to us. And it feels like that belongs in staffing, something like, that a new section C or that says something like the chief of police.
So
I assume actually that the chief of police typically meets with the committee, but it doesn't actually say that here. I'm not sure that's.
Vice Mayor Ford, I did
Yeah,
have on my
okay.
list to bring back up my original
Okay,
language
great.
so can I propose
Sure.
something and see how it goes over? Would be to add under the duties section, to add after item C, a new item that says to make written recommendations to the police chief or the police department as needed. The police chief shall provide a written response to any recommendation at the next semi-annual report or 6 months or within 6 months. So that would be my suggestion is to go ahead and add a new line under the duties. Does that capture your concern?
I would just add that maybe 6 months is probably within 6 months. So that way, that if there was some recommendation that came just before a semi-annual report, that
Okay.
it's not like within 2 weeks, now there needs to be a response. It's in that.
Just say within 6 months, and then hopefully, if it makes sense, you can include it with the report just to streamline things.
So I appreciate written recommendation in there, and it implies to me like by majority vote, like that there's, and I wonder if that sort of by majority vote at the beginning of the sentence would make that clearer, because a committee like this that I'm envisioning as largely a conversation might think everything that an individual says counts as a recommendation that the chief has to respond to. So I like making it clear it's only things that the majority of the committee recommends that the chief is responsible for responding to.
I like that idea, and I think it also clarifies for them that this is a formal power that they have to at least recommend things.
I appreciate
So that
that from a
it's not
workload
just one
standpoint.
person.
Right.
Because otherwise one person could have 500 and yeah.
Right, and we're so used to the counting to 3 here that just felt totally implied to me, but it's great to call it out explicitly because that's definitely not obvious.
Yeah, and like that's how the great discussions take place too, is coming to that 3, right?
Okay.
Or 4 or 5.
Are there any other items that people would like to see adjusted? Okay, so I'm going to read off what I think we have. And I'll take any corrections that you guys have. Okay, so first of all, zoom back up to the top, in the purpose and objectives, we're going to, at the end of that section, put a period after community-based safety programs and cut the rest of the sentence. for the removal from office section, we're going to add, Vice Mayor Ford, can you please reread what we're adding there?
Yeah, after the word terminated in the third line, add the sentence, by a majority vote, the committee may recommend to the city council the removal of a committee member.
Okay, then in the qualifications section, we are removing item D. Also in the qualifications section, under item B, we are changing that to say applicants for the committee will be required to submit to a criminal screening period
Prior to appointment.
Prior to appointment.
prior to appointment period. Okay, so submit to a criminal screening prior to appointment period. And then the next sentence continues unchanged. Okay, and then in the duties. Oh, I guess duties was before qualifications. Sorry, I'll back up. In the duties, we will add a statement after C that would say to make written recommendations by majority vote to the police department as needed. The police chief shall provide a written response to any such recommendation within 6 months, either adopting the recommendation or explaining why it will not be adopted. Or maybe, no, we were going to leave that part off, right? We were just going to say, okay, shall provide a written to make written recommendations by majority vote to the police department as needed. The police chief shall provide a written response to any such recommendation within 6 months.
So should that second part be in staffing rather than in duties of the committee? Because the response from the chief is a staffing requirement, not a committee requirement?
That's a good point. We could.
Just for clarification.
Sure. So let's adjust that. So for duties, we'd be adding an item after C that says to make written recommendations by majority vote to the police department as, sorry, go ahead.
I think it would go in duties of the committee, which is in duties because the other one's for staffing, right? For city manager and all other departments of the city. Well, but it says that the committee is to make written recommendations by majority approval with a written response by the chief. So maybe it's two parts. So one part belongs up there, one part at the bottom.
Yeah,
Oh, is that
okay.
what you were saying?
I think I was
Sorry.
trying to, but not very clearly. I'm sorry. So, okay, so we'll split that in half. So in the duty section, we're going to say to make written recommendations by majority vote as needed to the police department. And then in the staffing section, we will add an item C that says the police chief shall provide a written response to any recommendations made by the committee within 6 months. Okay, and then I believe the last change was in the duties section under item E to report. Does semi-annually work, or does that confuse people into thinking it's every other year? Should we just say twice a year? Okay, to report twice a year to the city council on the committee's activities and recommendations. That would be sort of, the question was, and the responses to the recommendations. I think that that wouldn't really be a duty of the committee. That would be something the police chief does. I don't know. What do you all think?
You're right.
They have received the
Yeah.
response, so they,
They could include the response in their report. Okay, I think it's important that the responses be public.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so we could say to report twice a year to the city council on the committee's activities, and maybe the recommendations is enough because.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Because the responses will come in the chief's report, right? So I think that makes sense, that the recommendations comes from the committee and the responses come from the chief. That makes sense to me. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think I've kind of listed out all the changes. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Okay, so if there's no more discussion, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt, or what are we doing? To introduce this ordinance, including all the amendments that we just laid out.
So I move that we introduce ordinance, actually I don't see a number on here. Does it have a number? Okay. Amending chapter 2.22 of the Cotati Municipal Code in its entirety to replace the Cotati Police Auxiliary Commission with a Community Police Advisory Commission with the edit changes as were discussed in this meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. It's a public hearing.
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, thank you. That passes unanimously. All right, we are going to move on to item 13B, which is the adoption of resolution approving the fiscal year budget. Is anyone needing a break, or are we good to go on? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we go to the budget because it was 400 pages, 500 pages. Okay, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, we are going to reconvene. We are now moving on to item 13B, which is adoption of a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024-25 budget. I'll turn it over to Ms. Corder.
So good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Yeah, you're still here, and my fellow staff. This item I'm presenting is for your adoption. It is the proposed fiscal year 24-25 annual budget, which includes, of course, included the 5-year capital improvement plan as well. So I apologize for the giant packet, but I wanted to let you know that by moving our budget book online, we avoid typically all of these printed pages and provide an easily to digest format for these budgets for exploration. So not anyone who's interested in the budget needs to read all 500 pages. You can go and look at the specific pieces that you're interested in. You can even create your own little micro mini budget if you want, if you just want to look at police or everything else. And so there is a link in the staff report to that, and it's also available on the city website. Next slide. So the city's annual budget cycle is an ongoing annual process. This is not a one-time event. This happens, we adopt a budget in a vacuum and we have these magical numbers. No, this is a year-long process that's ongoing. So back in November, December, we really start planning this process and what dates we need to meet. You know, where can we get council together, what we're going to focus on for strategic planning. And that gets us all the way to today after our budget strategic planning sessions and budget study sessions. We finally get to an actual budget adoption. And this just establishes our plan for our finances for the next fiscal year. And as soon as we adopt a budget, we are, of course, amending it and looking at adjustments, and things come up that are a part of our plan, or they weren't a part of our plan, or they cost different than what we had planned. And so we revise that on an ongoing basis until, again, we get to November, December, and we're planning the next fiscal year. So we're excited for our next year's process. We're incorporating a lot more planning because we're looking forward to bringing back also the possibility of doing a 2-year budget for the next fiscal year. Next slide. So this budget study sessions where we've talked about these, the projects, the plans, as well as the financials, started with our February 20th meeting where we had our strategic planning, which is really sets the focus of our projects and our dedication of what we're going to be setting as goals for our city for the next fiscal year. And that was followed by follow-up actual financial sections where we do a budget study. The first one was in April where we covered the general fund as well as finalizing those city goals. And then on May 13th, we covered the rest of the city funds as well as an update with the general fund, including the transfers ins and out for the capital projects, leading us to today where we have the budget adoption as well as everything that goes along with that, included of the salary schedule, the GAN schedule, and our policy update, which we look forward to, again, bringing back every year with those updates as we should be reviewing them. Next slide. So our city council goals that were set during the strategic planning session remained fairly consistent with the focus on 5 key goals, all which have underlying objectives. The primary goals of the city are summarized as the long-term vitality of our city, the continued improvement of community engagement, addressing climate change, providing the best-in-class community service, and enabling an equitable, compassionate, and healthy community. Next slide. So for some quick economic updates, what's happening in the world around us, the really simple overview of what's happening globally across the US, regionally, and California is that really we're looking at a slow growth period. It's a period of hopefully relative stability, but it's not going to be an expansionary. It's just going to be slow, steady growth. There's a lot more detail in the breakdown of the economic factors of what's happening around us included in the budget. And there's, again, it's a summary, even though it's 2 pages, it is a summary. And that's on packet page 339 and budget page 38. So again, that lays a foundation of what was happening when we adopted this budget, what was happening kind of globally and what we're thinking about happening regionally and for the city of Cotati. Next slide. Some economic assumptions. So I know it says, so we have some economic uncertainty still. We think it's going to be slow growth. But again, the federal funds rate is fairly high. They've been increasing it, but now they're going to be bringing it back down as unemployment rates are now increasing again. So what are the impacts on that for investments and development? It's really unsure. Is that going to impact them where they're going to start growing again and they're going to start improving and increasing developments, or is it going to be a lagging factor? There's also legislative impacts at the federal, state, and regional government levels, and those are really some uncertain economic factors that could trickle down into regional and Cotati's budget. Some of our specific budgetary assumptions, I'm not going to go to them too deeply here. They really remained unchanged from our budget study sessions, and we'll go into them specifically within the individual funds. Next slide. So down to the actual proposed budgets and the numbers. So starting with the general fund, this is the core fund for the city's operations and that aren't restricted for another special purpose. Those will be talked about in another section. Next slide. So general fund highlights, we have increased operating revenues of approximately $163,000 from the adopted budget, but this is a decrease from the estimated actuals of less than 1%. So our estimated actuals for 23-24 compared to our proposed budget is really, again, unchanged with less than a 1% change. We have a net operating surplus of just over $450,000. This does not include we do have some pretty standard transfers in, which come in to supplant the general fund. So that is exclusive of those. However, we do keep those in separate because they're coming in from other special revenue sources to supplant the general fund. The general fund is funding $4.4 million in capital projects, which we'll go into more little detail in a little bit. We have an ending general fund balance of $4.2 million, which has and exceeds the 25% reserve requirement with an expected 42% reserve. Next slide. So I'm just going to briefly go over these because I know Damien's going to go over a little bit more in detail after my presentation about some general fund risks and things that we're trying to address. But overall, we've been with the implementation of our fiscal resiliency plan, and as outlined in the staff report, we have some major risks within our general fund, considering we really have a need for more than the 1.5 million to continue with maintenance of our capital infrastructure. And we're not meeting that currently with our operating surplus. We have our planned mid-year discussions. So we have our CalPERS losses that we are significantly addressing currently. We have we're going to bring back in the next council meeting our ADP payment, which we've included in this budget, but we're unsure as to what's going to happen with CalPERS in the future. Energy costs are continuing to increase. And as we continue to expand, as we use more energy, if consumption increases as well as ongoing costs, that's kind of a new thing where we're having to see significant increases in the cost for that for the city. We have a state budget deficit we've talked about. We have increased mandated reporting again from the state or other agencies where we have to report out to them, and that increases staff requirements. And then staff can't work on the other projects. And so how is that going to affect our staffing and meeting our best-in-class customer service or community service? And then we have really limited revenues within the general fund. So a majority of it, as you know, is made up of sales tax. And then with the addition with the property tax makes up, almost 75% of our general fund revenues. And so that leads to additional risk when you don't have that revenue sources diversified. So if something happens in our economy that specifically hits consumers, then we are at risk to having an additional impact to our sales tax for the city. Next slide. So our revenue forecast is, so our assumptions that went into the budget study again are unchanged from the budget study sessions. We didn't really find any. There's no new revenues to happen. They are what they are, and we plan on them as they are. We do try to keep them on a more conservative. We don't plan on additional fees coming in for projects or anything else. We just assume either on a straight line basis of what we've received before or some other basis for protection that we have. Again, as I said, sales tax, including Measure S, is approximately 57% of our revenues. And so if there's a swift change in consumer spending, that could drastically change that revenue as well. And again, I already addressed the property tax. And then one other piece of it is the cannabis business tax. We are seeing some slight increases with that, and we have that included within the budget, both in our estimated actuals as well as our proposed budget for 24-25. And that's really just due to increased business activity with our existing businesses. So we've had some kind of changeover and shift in some of their operations, which has led to more taxes coming in. And we look forward to that continuing. Next slide. So here's a summary of the estimated actual revenues compared to the proposed budget for 24-25, showing that less than 1% change. And it is a decrease over the estimated actuals. So hopefully, again, we have a conservative revenue. So hopefully we don't have a decrease, but overall, it is a very static revenue projection for the fiscal year. Next slide. So on to operating expenditures, significantly, again, unchanged from our budget study sessions. Nothing new or exciting here. We have our CalPERS payments. We plan on doing the lump sum payment, as well as we've included a budget for an ADP for the losses related to 2022. Next, costs are increasing for contract services, utilities, and insurance, and those have all been estimated within this budget. Lastly, we continue to budget using full staffing and the negotiated MOUs. So this was a change from the previous budget study, as the CPOA has now reached a contract, and so we've incorporated those additional costs into the budget for the 24-25 fiscal year, which was not previously in the study session. Next slide. So here's a summary of the operating expenses comparing the adopted budget to the estimated actual budget for the fiscal year 23-24, as well as the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25. This is by department. And then within the budget book, it has each one of the departments. There's a really nice summary of all of the expenses broken down for each department by their different categories or functions. So the difference between the salaries and contract services and other expenses are included within each of the budget lines, budgets within the different departments. Next slide. So again, there was no significant change to the operating expenses except for the aforementioned MOU that's been included for the CPOA. Additionally, there's been some cost adjustments for the updated healthcare. We just kind of got some updated healthcare insurance numbers. So those were updated within this as well. So that's why some of the other departments outside of the police department have some minor changes within the staffing, the personnel costs. Next slide. So we also have within the general fund, we have the general fund transfers in, which I spoke to previously, which the primary ones that come in on a regular basis are the public safety fund. So that's the one where really it is operations based because it's paying the city, the general fund back for the portion of the police services. So that is though we don't include it within operations, it is to function as it's supporting for operations. The other pieces are primarily paybacks from, so the Veterans Building, that's the operations for the Veterans Park, which we're facilitating the county and renting out that facility. And so that's proposed estimated revenues from that as a revenue sharing plan. And then the Community Facilities District, that's a payback to the city for the costs within that. And then a small minor payback from the South Sonoma Business Park for our administration costs within that. So again, that could also be considered operations because it's a cost that we hold in the general fund that they reimburse us from that special revenue fund. Overall, the transfers out all really related to capital projects. As you can tell, the grants, majority of them are capital projects, but it also does include the the SAFE funds that is held within the grants funds because we do get some grant fund from the county. We plan on getting that from the county. And then we have some special revenues as well. We transfer out for the K-9 fund. And again, that's unchanged from our budget study session. Next slide. Capital projects, where most of the money is going out for our improvements around the city. Next slide. So the parks have a proposed total plan of approximately 2.5 million, primarily for phase 1 of Putnam Park, plus some continued design for Sunflower Park and Veranda Folletti Park. Next slide. Next is the city street, which has a total budget of 3.25 million in expenditures. This is primarily as part of the improvements for the 2025 slurry project, as well as the design for the 2026 project for the maintenance project, another slurry job, the continuation of the park and ride replacement project, and the continuation of the Highway 116 West Cotati intersection design. The rest of the projects are really renewing, continuing annual projects where we have the gateway signage, which is going to be the new next phase of the gateway project, the landscaping improvements, which is again an investment every year to do some specific landscape improvements, the pathway maintenance, bicycle pedestrian safety improvements that we incorporate within each one. So we just want to make sure we're dedicating these funds to these specific functions every year through this process. Next slide. Oh, I did this one. We also have the sidewalk gap closure project, which is our next grant project going for next year. So that'll be the next piece. Last slide. Okay. Other capital projects we have happening are the trash implementation plan, as well as the City Hall public meeting streaming, the meeting system, so our AV system update. And again, within the online budget book, there is tons of great pictures and detail. And once you sign into there, you can actually sign on to projects so that you can get alerts for projects as they actually start to come to fruition and get updates for each of the projects. So please keep an eye out for that on the city website. Next slide. So special revenues and other funds, there's nothing changed from our budget study session. These are specific special revenue funds where the revenues that come in are earmarked for the specific purpose. So things like our Park and Lieu Fund need to be used, of course, for implementing or used towards parks as their intent. So that's what these were for. I've provided summaries, next slide, of the revenue that's brought into each of these funds in total. So you can see that majority of it is that gas tax is a majority of the revenue funds that are coming in through the special revenue funds, and those get used to improve our streets. So those go in to supplant the capital projects for the streets projects. Next slide. And then there's also the revenue summary by type. So this takes and shows that in all of those revenues from the special revenue fund. Okay, it might be only earmarked for gas tax, but what creates that? Of course, it's a tax. So majority of these special revenues are coming in as a tax. There's other special revenues that are reserved for like rents, like we talked about the Veterans Building. That is specifically a rental income that comes in and is used and reported within that special revenue fund. Next slide. On the other side of the special revenues, this is how all of those special revenues are being expended. And a breakout, you can see the majority of it is used for capital projects. So again, that's the Parks Fund would go to pay for capital projects in parks. Gas tax go to capital projects for streets. and so on and so forth, RMRA. And so that's a majority of where these are all going to. Next slide. So that's our capital projects. And again, our budget book does have the full 5-year CIP plan. And so if you're interested in what we're thinking we might be doing in 5 years, or you're interested in a specific project that you heard about that we're doing and you want to know when it's happening, that would be a good source to go and see when we are looking to do things to make improvements for our city. So the internal service funds, these are our vehicle maintenance and replacement fund, as well as the compensated absences fund. They're in effect the same as was proposed during the study session, where the vehicle replacement fund is proposing continued investment of approximately $360,000 for replacement of existing aged vehicles and equipment. And the compensated absences fund is consistent with prior years based on estimated allocations for reducing the city's liability in these compensated absences. Next slide. So the last section of the budget presentation, at least, is for the enterprise funds, which is the water and wastewater funds. Next slide. So these maintain a reserve of 33% of operating expenses. We did continue to have the conservative revenues and expenditures estimates, and hopefully they really tie in pretty well. We have some difficulty estimating water revenues sometimes because you never know what individuals are going to consume. So we can know what the underlying base costs are going to be. But when it comes to actual consumption, depends on how much rainfall we have one year, when people decide to irrigate, when we're doing some other functions within our industrial section. So those pieces of it are a little bit more difficult to pin down. However, that's why we also like to utilize our rate studies. And so we are moving forward with our rate study for both the water and the sewer to see where we are on track with our funds as far as the rates go for the operations of both the water and the sewer fund. And again, we have a strategic focus on infrastructure improvements and preservation. And we want to continue to make sure that we have investments appropriately to make sure our water is safe and that we're properly getting rid of any wastewater from our distribution, from our system appropriately. Next slide. So for the water fund, the revenues are slightly increased due to rates. However, we're not including any significant connection fees. So when we have significant developments, we can also then include connection fees for revenue, and we are not anticipating any within the existing budget. So any new development that comes in would be an adjustment to the budget and increase those revenues. Proposed projects for the water fund can include the continued meter replacements. So we're trying to schedule meter replacements on an as-needed basis and maybe a little bit more, so that we can make sure we're not having to replace all of our meters again at the same time. We want to strategically replace them on a cycle so that we are keeping up, again, that critical infrastructure for our community. We also have the SCADA server upgrade that's going to be happening, and that's split between the water and sewer. We have well 1A and well 3 maintenance projects, plus the West Sierra tank recoding project. For operations, the water fund encapsulates basically the same thing and the same factors we have for the general fund. We have increasing insurance, we have increasing utility costs, and other salaries and benefits and all those other pieces that go into the costing portion. But additionally, the cost of water purchases from the water agency are a major factor for this fund and will continue to be. Next slide. So the sewer fund, again, is very similar to the water fund for revenues and expenses. The projected proposed project for the sewer fund is that SCADA server replacement. And the expenses, again, for the sewer has a significant expense for the wastewater treatment process by Santa Rosa. So that's a significant portion of the operating expenses for the wastewater fund. Next slide. So in conclusion, we're proposing the fiscal year 24-25 budget. We've met several times. We feel like this meets the community's longevity and vitality by adopting a budget that was within our means and continues to grow our fund balance into the future. We are addressing, again, we want to make sure we have projects in here to address climate change and equality. We have a balanced budget. We're going to continue to put in for our budget awards. We have significant investments in deferred capital, so we've made huge strides on that around our streets. But we want to continue to address other infrastructure around the city that's been maybe postponed a little bit until we can get our streets under control. And then we need to improve operating costs and expenses going into the future. And we'll continue to evaluate that with our quarterly updates on our fiscal resiliency evaluations. Fiscal resilience evaluations. Thank you. So we feel like the budget is fiscally prudent and we would submit it to you for adoption today. And I'm going to turn over to Damien first before council for questions.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to just take a minute to talk about some highlight stuff that I think, not just in this current budget, but just looking back a little bit, that would be, I think, I don't know, the kind of stuff that excites me. So I thought it'd be good to share. So on streets, over the last 10 years, we did a look back to see how much we have spent on repair and maintenance on our streets, and it's over, in present dollars, it's over $23 million over the last 10 years, which is a gigantic amount of money for a city our size. That amounts to about $1.24 million per mile of roadway. And that's because a lot of it was reconstruction work. So it was relatively expensive. And this, just another metric to look at it, this equates to about a quarter of our current general fund each year. And our current general fund wasn't our general fund 8, 9, 10 years ago. It was much smaller. So that's a significant expenditure. We've touched 19 out of 24 miles of our roadways. So almost all of the roads have been paved or sealed in some way. Our pavement condition index at the start of this 10-year period was at 55. So that was on the low end. We were flirting with the county of Sonoma for the crown for the worst roads in the county. And now we're at 76, which I believe is the highest in the county now. So we've passed all the other cities by. And our goal is to get to the mid 80s for our pavement condition index. And it's not just for the number, but the point of that is that once you get to that, you can really, for the most part, stop any large expenditures on roadways and just move to a purely maintenance program, which is much less expensive every year. So we're almost there, but we've made a lot of progress in the last 10 years. On parks, Cotati Park, I think everyone knows, the city almost completely rebuilt that park. And that was $3.5 million. It's essentially a new park. We're currently working on designs for Putnam Civic Center and Sunflower Park with plans you saw in the budget for the first phase of Putnam to get constructed in this next fiscal year. On the finance side, so I don't know if Angela mentioned this, but this is, as of this budget, we're now 16 years of balanced budgets. So that's huge. We're the only city in Sonoma County that's a Triple Crown winner. That's basically, you meet the highest standards of the GFOA, the governmental accounting organizations, in budgets, audits, popular annual financial reports. So all three of those, you get awards. And if you get awards in all three, because you meet those high standards, then you are a Triple Crown winner. You get a special thing for that. That's on the wall by my office that you'll see in the hallway. But we've done that 5 years in a row now since 2019. Again, the only city in Sonoma County to get that kind of award. So that's huge. Something that you guys don't see, but admin services took in all the purchasing that was happening citywide and consolidated it. So it's much more efficient. We talk a lot about, efficiencies and trying to do things with the small staff we have, trying to do things more efficiently and hopefully improve our customer service. That's one of the huge changes in the last several years that's happened. rather than departments doing purchasing individually on their own and having to keep up with all those requirements. It's been centralized, which has definitely helped our interdepartmental efficiencies. And the council recently adopted the fiscal resiliency policy, which will allow us to continue to closely monitor our finances as we move forward. And that's just on finances. So on housing, the city has done a lot to try to facilitate housing and more specifically affordable housing. So the council recently has adopted the cottage housing ordinance or updated the ADU ordinance, the senior housing overlay. We're working on the 116 project, which will unlock a lot of housing development on the 116 corridor. Over the past 3 years, the city has entitled 316 housing units, which exceeds our whole RENA cycle number of 233. And if you look at it from the city's housing stock, the city has about 2,700 units of housing stock. And so that's basically a little bit over 11% of our existing housing stock. So it's impressive. Now we just need our development partners to follow through and actually fund the projects. And so that's just looking in the rearview mirror. So what we have coming up is Plex housing and housing streamlining in the Cotati density program that the council recently heard. It just went to the planning commission last night. So it's going to be moving to the council here shortly. And that is basically it's a redo of a lot of the housing standards citywide and streamlining of processes. So that's a big deal. And as you heard about tonight, we also purchased 120 East Cotati for the affordable housing development there. So all of this, on the development side, the city, I think a lot of the council knows this, but the city historically had a reputation within the development community of being a difficult place to do business. And I can tell you for a fact that we are quickly becoming known as the best place to do business in Sonoma County for development. Actually, I got a letter from a developer, unsolicited letter, which never happens, from a developer the other day, just gushing about his experience and the development team's experience working with staff here. So it takes a while to undo the reputation, but as more and more people do business with us, they learn that it's actually not what they've heard. It's actually one of the best places to do business in the county. And we've made a lot of progress on that. In public safety, so Measure S, the community approved Measure S, and that enabled us to preserve our local police department. So we could even have the conversation we had tonight about advisory committees. And it was anything but certain in 2009. It was a real possibility the police department was going to go away. So that's a really big thing. Since that, we've also taken on public safety dispatching for Sonoma State University. So, working regionally with our, partners. We've also started the mobile mental health crisis team with Rohnert Park and then subsequently added Sonoma State University. And so along with Petaluma now, we're the only 24/7 team in Sonoma County doing mental health response and crisis response. And just a reminder from just the last year in 2023 with our 13 sworn officers and our dispatchers, we had over 11,000 police responses in our community, issued over 1,100 traffic citations or warnings. We had almost 330 safe calls for service. We added a scent tracking canine, and we're in the midst of our fleet transition to electric vehicles. And Angela talked, so those are all just a quick recap of all the stuff that's happened that you can kind of lose sight of when you're just doing, budget to budget and you're just in the weeds on each individual year. But that's a lot of, the staff here have accomplished a lot. They continue to make me look good. So thank you guys. And it's really, ultimately it's great for the community that we've come so far. So I just wanted to acknowledge all that. We still have a lot of work to do. As Angela mentioned, revenue continues to be flat. Expenses most certainly are not flat. So it's always a challenge to, work in that dynamic. But some good news on that front is, I think some of you know, is that the so-called California Business Roundtable measure was jettisoned by the state Supreme Court. So that's not going to be on the November ballot, which is good news because it won't blow up the, the fees and other things that cities use or governments use to operate. And as we look to this next fiscal year, so as we get into the next fiscal year, one of the things that Angela and I will be working on with the other departments is developing. So this is really to prepare us for the conversation and to going into next year's budget. Is a full list of all the things that we do that are discretionary. It's really just to elevate it visibility so that when the council has that discussion next year, we can have hopefully a fully informed conversation relative to the operating expenses and revenues and keeping those in line. And another challenge is just recruitment for public safety for police is it's a challenging environment. It has been. That will turn around, but we're not through that yet. And then lastly, as Angela also mentioned, the sewer enterprise is just again something to keep a close eye on because it is something that the councils have been working on for at least 3 years, where we've been trying to do a soft landing and make sure that enterprise fund is healthy, but we're not quite there yet. We're working on that, and we'll be talking about options soon. And with that, I'll stop talking because I know we've already been talking for a long time on this item.
All right, thank you very much for the great overview and pep talk about all that we've accomplished. And I want to echo your praise for the staff and just being able to accomplish so much. I've been impressed over and over again with how we always have this impossible list of projects that we want to achieve, and somebody will have a creative idea to fold something that we need to see happen, but fold that into something else and finding those opportunities to do more with less. And it's been pretty consistent over the years, seeing that happen over and over again. So thank you. Amazing work. Does anybody have questions for Angela or Damien? I had one question because it ties in to the next discussion we're going to have about the parks. I noticed in the capital improvement plan, the phase 1 of the Putnam Park plan is to do the perimeter walkway and the bridge across the creek. And then that's planned for the next for 2025 on this list. And then phase 2, which is the dog park, it doesn't have a date on it. So I wanted to know if there's any flexibility in switching when those things happen, given the discussions we've been having about dogs in that park.
So the answer is yes. And we're actually, as we're getting further along in design, we're reassessing what the phase scopes are. And in an ideal world, in the budget, we have basically just shy of 2.5 million is what's in there, is in the proposed budget for Putnam. So we'll try to take that as far. I think the general philosophy that we're thinking right now is we'll take that as far as we can on the east side of the park to do as much of that work as we can. Ideally, doing the bridge and then backing out so that you're not putting a bridge in over other improvements once they're in. So that would be the bridge, the park area, sort of on the, I guess what would that be? The north side of the park, and then the dog park, and then some lighting around the parking lot. So I don't know if we can accomplish all that with the 2.5 million, but that's at least the initial staff thinking on that. And we'll keep everyone updated as we get closer to final design.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, so we're going to open this up to public comment. Can we please start with Zoom on this one?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment on Zoom. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment from the chambers?
Shelley Berman, Cotati resident. I also want to thank the staff. It's a hard job. And I want to thank the council because you aren't getting paid and you're here and you had an 800-page deal. Oh my God. Wow. and you go through the weeds and you find things and you work together and you put together a pretty doggone good thing. So I want to thank you. And I want to suggest that we go, when we buy cars, we go union. We don't buy Teslas anymore. We go with Chevrolets. We go with, if you want an electric car, the Bolt is a great car. I don't want to help Tesla. And I don't think it's a great car. And I think that we may be paying too much for something like that. So when we have something like a Chevrolet available, that's a great car, why not buy it? That's my bit, but thank you, everybody, and thank you for the turnaround, like getting that ceasefire resolution. That was a quick turnaround. That was the staff, and that was you, and that was.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a public comment? All right, I will go ahead and bring that back to the council. Is there any further discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to thank Angela for answering all my questions. As usual, I had a few questions, and I do appreciate you answering those for me ahead of time. Thank you.
All right, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, on the budget report, I don't know if there's still some corrections to be made. I was looking at page number 308 of 814, so it's page 7 of the proposed budget. The second paragraph is when it talks about Chief Gotati, and it says, produce a legend of Chief Gotati whose visage is featured in the city's logo. So I was wondering about if that should be removed.
Is that okay to make that change?
Yeah,
For this, before we adopt this? Yes.
We still find little Easter eggs like that around. Yeah,
Yes.
but thank you.
Remnants of the past. Good catch. Yes, go ahead.
And I assume that things like typos, you can correct even after we adopt.
Absolutely,
Okay,
and it's
thank you.
actually, I believe, included within the resolution that there's
Okay,
specific.
thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. These are clearly a monumental task, and just the level of specificity and details is just, like the person mentioned, like Shelley mentioned, 500 pages is a lot, but it's just really, really helpful. So thank you.
If I can just interject, I can't I appreciate it. It is a big document. It is a lot of work. Craig and Damien are definitely owners of the capital projects because I try to tell them there's not money, but that we got to do stuff. So that's good. And it's really great to have that available. But then also my staff, as well as, which is Damien appreciates us, the management. I couldn't do it without my staff as well. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes.
I was going to also say that I appreciate all the work, and especially the acronyms and everything you had at the end. There were so many of them, so I appreciate all that. Yeah, I did have one question on another page. I'm not sure. It's page 578 of the package or page 277, where it says government-wide debt overview. The last bullet said unfunded liability, and it said to June 30th of 2021. Was that through 2021? It should be more 2024 or 2023. I mean, I don't know if it matters. I just noticed it said 2021.
Let me look at that real quick, but that might be a typo, but depending on
Okay.
what section it is, it might be when that debt service started.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, should we just move along while you're looking that up? Okay, does anyone else have any comment or any further discussion? And if that is a typo, it can be fixed even if we adopt as is. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, yeah.
I'd be happy to make a motion for you. I make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving the City of Gotati budget for fiscal year 24-25.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, this takes us to our last regular agenda item, which is the NorCal Oaks, discussion of the NorCal Oaks license agreement. So I will turn it over to the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So June 11th, the city council had an initial discussion about access to Putnam Field. And at the conclusion of the meeting, staff was directed to come up with potential an open field hour schedule for further discussion on the meeting tonight. There was also discussion of a temporary dog park at Putnam with the goal of reducing the desire of people to use the baseball field as an off-leash dog area. And then finally, there was some sentiment that perhaps Putnam Field was overbuilt for public use due to the tarping of the pitcher's mound and the home plate areas. So following that meeting, staff visited some nearby parks, Tech High B Park, which is known as one of the best Little League fields in this area, and C Park to assess field management to get a better handle on some of the questions that were asked. And so Tech Field, when staff got there, Tech Field was locked, but there is a gap in the outfield fence. B Park was also locked, which apparently is locked during the Cal Ripken season, which is March through July. And then C Park didn't have any fencing. But in all three cases, the home plate and pitcher's mound were covered. So at least with regard to organized sports fields, it seems to be relatively common that they're tarped, which was one, I think, leading to one of those comments in the meeting last time. Regarding municipal baseball fields and organized sports, this plus the other fields around the county that were previously discussed at the meeting on June 11th. At least the staff takeaway is there's different models to balance public access with the desire to prevent unnecessary damage and keep the field in a playable and rentable condition for the community. So there's different models out there that we've seen. And then, then lastly, in conversations with representatives from NorCal Oaks, we worked with them on some possible options for an open public access schedule. And this is within the context, of course, of the license agreement that where NorCal Oaks has the first right to schedule the field for practices and games. So we're looking at other times that were available and how that could fit into the open public hours. And baseball is a seasonal sport, so the schedules do change. In other words, NorCal Oaks' schedules do change through the year. So for this initial discussion, we were looking at the currently scheduled period of time, which is June 17th through August 11th. And what NorCal Oaks had proposed to us was basically an exclusion in the morning before 10 a.m. because that coincides with some maintenance periods, and also I guess that's when some of the most sort of egregious dog issues tend to occur. But then all the other daylight hours would be open on a first come first served basis, and applying that to the schedule. During that period of time, NorCal Oaks would have games or practices for 264 reserved hours on the field, and the public hours would be 272 hours of open public time, so it would exceed how much time NorCal is using the field. And then also 32 hours of field maintenance is part of the total there, and we're talking daylight hours. And then it should also be just pointed out, this is in the staff report, but that we will be having recreation camps and other group reservations that could occur. They would typically also fall into these public hour time slots because, again, that's with the NorCal Oaks first right to schedule times. And these recreation camps and group reservations would also include field setup, and will have priority use of the field during those times. The restriction on weekday mornings before 10, as I mentioned earlier, is because it overlaps with field maintenance times on Mondays and Fridays, and also just when most of the issues have been observed, at least so far. The intent is the intent of all this is to try to reduce damage and vandalism so it remains in good condition for the community and remains rentable, as I also mentioned earlier. A similar schedule would be established throughout the year as the baseball season if the council wants to move forward on this approach, a similar schedule would be established throughout the year beyond just this current period we're looking at. That's June through August. And the intent would be to maximize overall public access outside of scheduled baseball uses. The fields would be blocked at night when the parks are closed. So the fields would be closed also. And then the idea here would be that after heavy rainfall events, when the fields can't be used for baseball, then they really shouldn't be used for anything because the turf is too wet and soft. And also under this proposal, unless advanced notice is provided so that we can schedule equipment deployment, there won't be any equipment out there, and that's primarily bases. And I don't think I mentioned this verbally at least, but none of the other fields had bases out, and I guess that's a common practice. I was told that, but we've also observed it just because bases are not, they're just basically stuck in a post in the ground and they walk away if you don't pick them up after games. And there won't be any supervision of the field during these public hours. This would include, if the council were to move forward on this concept, this would include posting public hours at the field, indicating that these are, like it does now, but indicating that they're public fields. No dogs allowed on the field. No dogs are allowed on the field. And field use is intended for baseball, softball, and contact information for NorCal Oaks and the city for group reservations. As part of the license agreement, NorCal Oaks does also provide sort of like a maintenance payment each year. And as part of this proposal, we're also proposing that we just basically set that aside for field repairs. So it's available if there's, and this isn't for normal maintenance because NorCal Oaks does all the normal maintenance for us. But if there's some, I don't know, unusual kind of damage that might occur, then that could be available to keep the field in good condition for the community, basically. That's the idea. And then I touched on this, but in terms of the like creating a temporary dog park, it's it's our recommendation that we don't do that, just because we think it wouldn't, like overall, it probably wouldn't be a benefit, because right now the field where people run their dogs off lead is in really poor shape. There's a lot of holes, either gopher holes or holes from dogs digging in the ground. So if we were to take what's now the entire east side of the park and then fence it to a smaller part, but still have the same condition of the field, I think that'll just anger people. And so we're recommending that we don't do that. And also it would take money, which we could apply towards Putnam to the actual permanent improvements when we get to that. So with that, I guess I'll just leave it there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, any questions from the council? Yes, go ahead.
So what, if any, are the remedies if people with dogs are on the field? Do we have any remedies to that, or is it just too bad, tough luck?
Well, I mean, technically, I think technically dogs are not supposed to be off leash, but it's kind of out of the horses out of the barn, or whatever analogy you want to use. It's I think to more effectively enforce, if we wanted to actually enforce it, it'd be more effective to have an actual, once the improvements, the actual permanent improvements happen, you'll have a physical dog park there that you could easily use.
Were you specifically asking about on the baseball field? Or,
Yeah, on the baseball, I mean, if we're going to put up a big sign that says no dogs allowed on the field, are there any consequences? Do we have any remedy for that if someone calls and says, hey, somebody's got their dogs on the field? Do we have any remedy, or is it?
Yeah, I mean, technically we do. We have to talk internally. If the council wants to go forward on this approach, we have to talk internally about how we would try to respond to those types of things. Because there has been, even more recently, there's people have forced their way into the gates and run their dogs on the field. So it is an issue. How we respond to it, I think we technically could rely on the off leash requirement, even though I guess in this case, what we do is we'd point to the rest of the park and say, run your dog off leash out there. I think in most cases, if somebody from the city does respond, or even if someone from NorCal Oaks responds, they tend to leave because they realize they shouldn't be doing. They already know they shouldn't be doing it, and then they get caught, and so they tend to most people tend to just leave. And if it becomes a problem that NorCal can't take care of, then we have to talk about internally with staffing how we would respond to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
I have a question. A resident took me out to Putnam Park and walked me all around and showed me, how they use it. I was pretty alarmed by that field that you're referring to on the east side, very clearly is not being watered at all. Is absolutely, gopher ridden. But I am wondering of the logic of doing the bridge first before that field, because I get the importance of the bridge, but at least from what I was seeing, the most people I saw were on the children's structure and then running dogs in that area. So there was a guy driving a mower around with a trail of dust behind him because it seemed kind of pointless, honestly. Like, why are we mowing once a week when we're not watering? So I did want to ask, and I understood from before that there was some kind of issue that with a backup or something that had to be taken care of before the water fountain in the children's area could be fixed. And then apparently also with the watering of the lawn, it really is just striking the difference between the state of the grass. Does someone else have their mic on? The state of the grass within the fence versus outside of the fence. It's like really, really striking. And so I'm curious to understand about the watering of the lawn outside. And I understand it's up for being completely redone, but in the meantime, people are still using it. So I'm wondering what is the plan for now until we get this beautiful new park that's going to be there?
Well, so I can try to take those in order. Like with regard to the bridge, in the budget the council just approved right now, we have about 2.5 million for parks. It's possible that, during the year, as I think Angela also mentioned, there's no development impact fees assumed in the budget. It's possible that we get a development and it contributes additional like park impact fees, which could potentially add more money to that. At the same time, we're also finishing up design and seeing where those costs end up. The best case scenario is we can do the bridge, we can do the park, and then the dog park on the way out. I would say definitely the priority is to get the dog park fixed and the area behind it fixed as well, just for the turf generally. And the potential issue with the bridge that we'd have to talk over with the design engineer is if we build all that stuff, can we then drop the bridge in somehow behind it without destroying everything we just built to get to it? Because you have to bring a crane out there, and then the ideal situation is you can go right across the field with the crane, drop the bridge, nothing's in the way. So that's the ideal situation, but I don't have all the answers yet. So with regard to the drinking water fountain, it's a backflow device that needs to be set up in part of the park because that's what it connects to. So we're in the process of doing that right now, and I understand by mid-July at the latest, the backflow device will be in there and it should be ready to be turned back on, the drinking water fountain at the playground area. And definitely the dog park, most of the complaints that we get are about dogs off leash running up to the kids in the playground or out in the parking lot running around with cars. And so just reiterating, that's why the dog park is a high priority. So we're going to try to fit that in and try to fix the field condition, because you're right, it is with all the investment that's happened at the baseball field, it makes the lack of investment around it look very striking. With regard to that east part of the park, so the initial thinking was that we would progress design, ideally get into get into construction and just build the permanent irrigation system there. And that the irrigation system, just to give you some context, the irrigation system in the park previously was a hodgepodge of different systems. There wasn't a irrigation system. There was like different parts to it with different backflow devices kind of scattered throughout the park, because it was built over time. It wasn't all built at one time. So it was just difficult to deal with. So the idea with the east part of the park was that we would just put in the permanent irrigation system, ideally get the design done, get someone out there, get the permanent irrigation in, and also fix the turf. So it's actually turf and not whatever it is now. It's weedish stuff that's mowed, And right now me and the others involved in this project are talking with the consultant about the CEQA schedule, specifically related to the bridge, because when you're doing bridge work, that may delay everything. I mean, not delay it. It'd still be within the fiscal year, but delay it to be not like right away, but maybe at like next spring. So that's what we're trying to get a firm handle on, is what that schedule is. If we weren't able to put the irrigation system in the nearer term, then we would, the only way to irrigate that side of the field would be to install some sort of temporary irrigation system that we would then rip out, a couple months later. So.
I'm wondering, with the funds we have right now, for example, instead of mowing the weeds once a week, what if we mow the weeds every other week and we water them once a week? You know what I mean? Like alternate water, mow, like the same amount of funds that you would use for one, you use for the other. Because I just don't understand why we're mowing once a week something that we don't water. Right?
Yeah, well, point taken on the mowing. I'm sure we could cut back on the mowing, but in terms of watering, that's we're trying to avoid setting up a temporary irrigation system to do that, just for a couple months, just because of the money that it would take to do that.
Okay, so there's no sprinkler system. You said there was a hodgepodge now.
It's a hodgepodge. Yeah.
So can we not use the hodgepodge until we get the good one?
Not without extensive repairs. No.
A question about, at what point did the hodgepodge become completely unusable to where we weren't watering anymore?
So it's been a problem for a long time. It's been kind of limping along. And then when we tried to consolidate, as I mentioned, there was backflow devices all over the place. And we were in the midst of consolidating everything back to a single backflow device for the park. That broke the connections with the irrigation systems. So that's basically when it happened. It happened at the same time that the baseball field work was happening, because we were trying to consolidate everything into a single irrigation system. But
so that was last year sometime?
Yeah, it's been over a year, yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, it was last year. It hasn't been over a year. It's last year.
I don't think I was aware ever at that point that as part of the field construction, we were committing to stop watering half of the park. I didn't understand that. Okay, yes, go ahead.
I also want to back up what Councilmember Rivers was saying. I also took a tour of the park recently, and it really is a tale of two cities, or a tale of two parks in that situation. It was pretty drastic, and I felt really bad. I felt like I was going to hurt my ankles actually walking around the park. And actually there was a person there looking for gophers. I guess that's his job. He's a gopher guy. He looks for gophers. And it was really sad to see two little kids playing ball out there. And just by my walking, I know how horrible that ground is. So I don't know. I know you were mentioning a bridge, but I wonder if there's a way to prioritize that field, for the community over a bridge. I feel that it needs to be a little bit more usable, even though the park's not going to be remodeled for a while. But I mean, even some agricultural hose with water, to kind of to water that lawn, something, because it just the way it is right now is just it's sad. It's really sad. I don't know if there's any way we could reprioritize and make it a little more usable.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely plan to prioritize the field. I mean, the gophers and the holes and all that, that's been years, right? It's been like that for years, but it hasn't risen. I mean, I think the contrast makes it that much more noticeable, right? But to your point, the field is a priority to get that fixed. So it's not full of gopher holes. And that gopher guy is ours. That's part of what we've been working on, is trying to get the gophers out of there, which primarily come from the adjacent yards, because there's no food in the park for gophers, really. They feed on the plants in all the adjacent yards. So it's a process to get rid of all the gophers.
To Councilmember Lemus's point, is there any, temporary, not installing an underground temporary water situation, but is there an irrigation sprinkler, portable sprinkler setup or something that we could look into?
Yeah, I mean, there are some types of things that we could probably look into, see what we can do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was just gonna advocate for that, just the rolling kind even, or even just the, kind, that go around, that you can kind of push along kind of thing. I mean, I feel like, this weekly mowing is really an opportunity to put some money towards, something that's more valuable in the meantime. Because it really was like just a giant dust cloud behind this guy. And he was like kind of coughing as he turned around. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous.
Councilmember Harvey?
So Damien, if we put temporary sprinklers out there, would that require us to have staff sitting out there moving them? And what do we have? Can you speak to that?
There's different ways to do it. We'd have to look into some options. I mean, there could be some options that wouldn't require us to sit there. I mean, hopefully we could at least put a timer on it or something,
Because I would want to know from a public works perspective, what are we giving up in the city elsewhere if we have to have staff out there moving a sprinkler along? I just want to know what I'm trading for.
Yeah, I'm not envisioning a movable thing. But it has to be safe for the public,
Has to
whatever it
be
is.
safe and not be able to be stolen, because
Yeah.
those things are also pretty pricey.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I was proposing that at least some of that money come from the weekly mowing of the weeds to be put towards water instead, just for an example. I realize that won't cover everything, but at least could be something.
All right, other questions before we open it to public comment? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the chambers. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to make a public comment on this item?
Shelley Berman, Cotati resident. Good evening, Mayor Sparks, City Council. Long night. I'd like to pay tribute to Willie Mays this evening, the Hall of Fame center fielder who played for the Giants, and he died last week. He started out in the Negro Leagues and made it to the big leagues, playing under dire circumstances in the segregated South. He was tormented and threatened because of the color of his skin, and maybe even because he elevated the game to such an extent that the old guard had to catch up. When he played for the New York Giants, he lived in Harlem, and he would join kids in a game of after he played baseball. He didn't need a major league ballpark to play. He needed a group of dedicated kids. I'm here to ask the council direct the city to unlock the public ball field at Putnam Park and make it available for Cotati residents to play ball on when the leased team is not playing. I would also like a printed schedule of their games and practices attached to the fence so I can know when I can play a game of catch. When the city told me they would post the game and practice schedule at the field, I believe they would do just that, not a scan here for schedule. Like many people who live here, I don't scan. I would like the field to be accessible in all ways, even for Luddites like me. It seems that having someone else build the field has led to unintended consequences. Now there is a diamond of a field that needs to be locked and protected from me. Don't blame the dogs. Don't even blame the humans. The city of Cotati let this park go by the wayside by not watering it or keeping it up. The ball field was unplayable because the city didn't take care of it. This Putnam field and the other field over here by the police station need to remain unlocked. I agree with city staff that there should be no extra fencing out where the dogs play. I think the city should make an effort to do something
30
to make
seconds.
the other side of the fence attractive and safe, like water the darn thing and some gopher trapping. The people who built the ballpark went way beyond the footprint of the original ball field by adding batting cages, pitching cages, massive dugouts, and extending the footage all around the outfield. They also made it unplayable by using products that need to remain covered. I took my eye off the ball. I am sorry for that. I appreciate that there is a will to make this park accessible to all and not just an elite few. Please unlock the field, post the game and practice schedule, and post something holding the few people who are bringing their dogs onto the field accountable for breaking the law. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a public comment?
Adrian Lobby. I also would like to suggest that we unlock the field and just leave it unlocked. If it is too specialized for ordinary people to use, then it should be despecialized. It should become a public park. And if we have a contract with NorCal for specific times and all that they want to use, I understand that we should honor the contract for those times. But I think the rest of the time, the park should be unlocked. You know, it costs money to join this kind of thing. You got to pay for this, the costumes that you wear. That's not really the, what do you call that? The, what is that? The uniforms, thank you. You know, equipment, there's probably a fee that you just pay up front if you're a parent. And all this is just fine. I mean, parents give their kids specialized things. And I'm not objecting to the parents or to the league itself, but I think that it's important to just let people play ball in whatever way they can. And we have a volleyball court in the Vets field where I watch people all the time just play volleyball, and they come with their teams, and sometimes it's pretty organized and sometimes it's a few people practicing, and they seem to work it out. Doesn't seem to be an issue, and they don't talk about the dogs. So there's that. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. I have a friend, happens to be African-American. He got to play stickball with Willie Mays, and I'd like to see that happen in Cotati. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Yes, come on up.
Hi, my name is Peggy Carr, and I'm a longtime resident of Cotati. And I'm really here with the Sonoma County Democratic Party, it's a long name, Community Political Engagement Task Force. I'm a monitor. They've got, they're trying to have monitors at all of the committee meetings in Sonoma County. So that's what I'm doing here. But last week when I heard about the dog park, or the park, I went out there and I'd never been there. I've been here 40 years and I've never been to that park. It's not close to me and I don't have any kids, any little kids. Anyway, For one thing, there is a dog park and it does close and there's signs up there on the west side. Yeah, so there is a dog park that could be used, right, in the meantime? Anyway, and the gophers, oh my God. I've never seen that many gopher holes ever. I was over on the west side mostly, but I saw people over on the west side and they did have their dogs off the leash. Anyway, yeah, it just seems like the clearing up the gophers is going to be a huge job because I don't think the dogs tore that up. I think it's the gophers that responsible. Anyway, so I was just curious when I saw the dog park, like, why were we building another dog park? Why don't we just use that dog park for now? Anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a comment? Right, can we please go to Zoom?
Mayor Sparks, we've lost our Zoom audience, so that will end public comment.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for that. Maybe could someone address the small dog park in the corner and its deficiencies?
Yeah, we do. The commenter was correct. We do have a dog park in the northwest corner of the park. It's small, and also for a large part of the year, it's unusable because the drainage issues there make it muddy, and nobody basically wants to use it. So it's just not really usable as a dog park around the year. So that's the issue.
Yes, Councilmember Harvey.
And Damien, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons that this particular league came to us and was chosen had to do with the fact that, as you point out, many of the leagues, parents have to pay a lot to join those leagues, and they have to pay a lot to stay in those leagues and everything else. And the reason that this league was started was because not everyone in Sonoma County can afford those kind of luxuries. So this person that started this league started it so that people that don't have those kind of funding from all over Sonoma County can play, not based upon their ability to pay for playing and pay for their equipment. That was my understanding. So basically, as I believe it was said by the gentleman, his wife said, well, if you don't like the way it is, put your money where your mouth is. And that is why he chose to come here and invest in our community so that kids that wouldn't normally have the ability to play can play, and that they can provide that service for people. So it's a different kind of league. And those that have not, been following that, I think they need to know, because there are plenty of leagues in Sonoma County, but they are a lot of elite leagues that cost hundreds of dollars for you to play in those leagues. And those children are chosen to be on the team. And this gentleman firmly believed that any child that wanted to play should be able to play on a team. And so that was some of why they came here, so that our children and the other children in Sonoma County would have a place to play.
And I'll also add real quick, since you brought that up, Councilmember Harvey, is that the model is a little different that they use. I know families in the community that want to join, specifically because it's a very low cost. They don't pay all the normal stuff that you'd pay for Little League. Just when you're traveling, if you're paying for hotels or whatever, I think they have to pay for that type of thing. But other than that, there's really no out-of-pocket expenses for the families.
Yes, Councilmember Lemus.
So, yes, that's what I was wondering, because when I see that, I haven't been out to the games, I don't know. And that's when it first came to us, that was like my understanding was that they were targeting. And I think I even asked, are you outreaching in underserved communities? And I don't know if they did. So I don't know what the results are of the youth that are playing in this league. But I remember at the last meeting we had discussion, there was a parent that called that was opposed to us keeping it open and letting the public use it, saying something about that if something happens that the parents have to pay for it or something. And so I was wondering, I thought it was my question was, what, how is the league, comprised of? What youth are in the league? Because my understanding it was all focused on these youth, but then the parent mentioned something about having to pay for use for anything that goes wrong with the fields or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I mean, I do know the league, if the field gets, maybe they're saying if the field gets damaged, they have to pay for the repair of it because they're responsible for maintaining the field.
Yeah, I just remember a parent saying that
mean,
they
the
have
league,
to pay.
the league has to do it. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the parents' costs. I haven't heard that. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the proposal that's before us includes some open field hours, and I think that's the main proposal, is to keep it unlocked for a good chunk of time throughout the week. We need to provide some direction to staff on whether that is satisfactory solutions. And does anyone have thoughts on that? Yes.
Yeah, in general, I mean, this is a tough one for me. I like I said last time, I was naive going in to not sort of see that these issues would come up and that the NorCal Oaks couldn't actually do what they said in the agreement. So I think it is perfectly reasonable for us to have public facilities that are restricted use. There are certain things you can do on a tennis court and certain things you can't do on a tennis court, and that's reasonable. Those are still public facilities. And if, on the flip side, people point out this is the best baseball field in Sonoma County, that's not necessarily a point of pride for me. Like, I want a place where folks can go out and play. So I'm not interested in trying to maintain the best baseball field in Sonoma County as a calling card at Cotati, especially since these are our only two fields. So in last time's staff report, Rohnert Park told us they don't lock their fields. You went out there this time and discovered that some of them they actually do, even though they told us they don't. So that was new information. It's interesting. And I could see if we had 5 baseball fields that we said maybe one of them we maintain at this high level and we keep it locked and restricted to reservations and leased uses and things like that. But I have a real problem with 2 of them, our only 2, being so heavily restricted. So the public hours that are proposed are significant enough that I'm relatively comfortable with the proposal in the staff report. I had a couple small questions like, why close it at 8 on days when it's light till 9? Like, why not set that 8 p.m. date to dusk instead of 8? Do we really require an hour of lock time between uses? Like, is there an hour downtime necessary between team use and public use? I don't see why, and I'd want to know why before okaying that sort of thing. The other was previously we had reports of the field being scheduled by the team, by the league at times when they weren't there, and it wasn't because of rain. So are they really using it for this 4 to 8 block? So they do have rights to, first right to use it, but not first right to lock it and not use it. So I want to make sure that those times that they're reserving for their use, it's really being used. Otherwise, I'm fairly comfortable with the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Yes.
Well, I feel like this is a good compromise, and I think that it's a first step, and I think that we should try it, and I'm hopeful that we will find a solution for getting the east side of the park done sooner rather than later. But I understand, the technical difficulties. If we have to get the bridge in there first, I agree that it would be nice if we could do the park first and come back with the bridge. But if technically that's going to ruin, $1 million investment or a $2 million investment, then I get it as to why we would do that. So I think the choice for us would then become, do you want to do the park and not the bridge? Because if you invest in the park, then that kind of eliminates that ability to do the bridge unless you can figure out a way to get that done. But I'm happy with this compromise, and we'll just see how it works. I am still concerned that people will get in there and what we do about that.
Great, thank you. I had, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to I know answers to at least some of the questions. I thought I'd just put it out there so you guys all know. The dusk, the closure of dusk, I think that's something we can look into. We didn't have that specific conversation, but daylight hours change, as we all know, throughout the year. So we can talk to them about that. And then with regard to the hour, typically what that's about is the clay, like for the pitcher's mound, for example, is clay. And they water it after use because they rebuild it and water it. And if you step on it within an hour, it's just going to come right back off. It's going to peel off of your shoe and you're going to be tracking it everywhere. So that's the hour. That's the reason for the hour. On the league thing, so this is their approach, is that nobody's turned away based on skills or financial ability. So that's the approach for recruiting kids on the league. And I got a message that with regard to the watering on the east side, the representatives of NorCal said that they would be happy to work with us to water it 3 times a week in the interim until we get the improvements done. Yeah.
Great. I had a question. One concern I had was with the fact that there are no bases installed during the open hours. I think if we approve this plan, it'd be important to plan to put up some signage, with some permanent signage with instructions on uncovering and covering the mound. If that's what we're expecting, if it's going to be just covered, people are going to need to know where to put the cover if they're going to use it, and how to get the bases, which hopefully could be available during business hours somehow. I don't know if city staff might have the ability to get into where the bases are and put them out for people or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number out there, so they just call it and they'll come out and put the bases out for anyone that wants to use it and uncover the mounds and all that.
But it has to be prearranged, so.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make the call and set it up.
Okay.
The bases are locked away. The covers, I think there probably could be instructions on how to take the covers off and put them back up. I think, it sounds like most people that might use it sort of ad hoc are probably just going to go out to the outfield and just throw a ball around or something and probably not even use the infield area. But I guess we'll see, as we.
Yeah. And then one other thought I had was that, I think we were all caught a little bit by surprise by this, and it would have been more ideal to have these conversations ahead of time before the field was constructed. So now is a good time to have this conversation about Cater Field as well, because it's not finished yet, and we should probably make a plan for how that is going to work now rather than later on when things are already in motion. So I would love to see Cater Field, since it's going to be more appropriate for softball and a lot of informal use that people in the city could potentially have. And people are usually more interested in playing pickup softball than baseball, in my experience. I'd love to see it constructed in a way where people could either bring their own bases, like we used to do in all the softball leagues I've played in. You just bring your bases out and put them out, or bases are available without having to prearrange it. Just something to where that field is a little bit more available without having to plan ahead so much, and that it's unlocked for substantial hours for community use. I mean, yeah. Okay, Councilmember Rivers?
Yeah, I just wanted to back that up and also say whatever this deal is with the clay, to not do that, like to be able to have a mound that you can use and not have to worry about tracking it wherever. I mean, that's just silly.
I mean, that's a temporary thing. The issue with like a dirt mound is that it unravels after any game. I mean, if you play a game on it, you're going to destroy the mound and you have to rebuild it.
So what are the mounds that we all played at for years that don't I don't understand what dismantle, what changed?
There's like a real mound. I'm learning along.
Okay, yeah.
So there's like a real mound that's set up for use with the right, with the right, slopes, like runway to it. And, and the sides are are built correctly so that as you throw the ball and you step down, you don't fall off the side of the mound or fall into a hole or whatever. The kind of fields that that I played on, for example, it was probably some clay at one point, but it had been heavily damaged. So the mound wasn't set up properly. It's not the right height. It's not the right, it's not the right angles on any side. It's just a pile of dirt a little bit with holes in it. So it's, it's just, do you want competitive sports there, like organized sports? Or do you want, just a place to throw a ball around, right? That's the difference. Because if you're playing organized sports, they try to keep the mounds to a certain level for the kids. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just a little bit, it just feels incongruous to me that in this day and age, there isn't a way to create a mound that will stay the size that you want it to be in perpetuity, right? With, the Nike, like I'm thinking like, the running surfaces that, can rain through and they still stay perfectly flat kind of thing. Like I don't know. I don't know anything about this. So I'm really just, but it just doesn't make sense to me that is necessary. So you're saying the clay is only for a specific amount of time and then it will solidify, or like, what do you mean that that's temporary?
So after a game, even clay is dug up, because let's say you're a pitcher and, you see pitchers, you see them on TV, they're like, they go like this with their foot and they dig a hole in the thing. And then at the end of the game, they come back and they patch it with clay. And then it just has to be left alone for like an hour just to set, so that if someone walks on it, it won't immediately just come right off on your foot, on your shoe, so you're not having big clods of clay on your foot.
I think Councilmember Harvey had something on this. Yeah.
Yeah, Kay, I know that in a lot of the fields that my grandsons play on in Petaluma, that is one of the things that the coaches end up spending hours on before. So those volunteer coaches that aren't getting paid for anything have to get out to the fields earlier so that they can make sure that the mound and everything is the way it needs to be, so that those pictures, a lot of them are, they can be as young as 7 or 8. So they're not hurting themselves in doing that. And Damien's very correct that depending upon what pitcher you have, some of them develop these habits of digging, before they set themselves and throw. And so it's like a routine that a lot of the coaches have to go through when they're not maintained like that field is. So it is what it is. It's the same thing. You also see at home plate. You see it more for right-handed baseball players than left-handed. A lot of them will dig before they set themselves to bat also. So it's one of those things that coaches end up having to deal with, the repair of the fields.
So it sounds like someone who creates some kind of rubber mound is like in for a windfall, because this is crazy to me.
Okay, does anyone else have, I'm trying to sort of gauge where we're at in a consensus about this plan. Could I hear from Councilmember Rivers and Councilmember Lemus on how you're feeling about this? Yeah.
Yeah, I had another question about when there's already like a group reservation or recreation camp, how does that affect the open hours? So then those hours would not be available to the public, right? Okay. That's what, just wondering how that went.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that as long as, that, after that setting of the mound again, that they open it up, because it looks like it's Monday through Sunday, like every day of the week, there's open hours, so, and I understand about having to close it at night so that it's closed overnight to the morning. So I agree with that, and try it and see how it goes.
Okay. Yes.
And just to clarify, so this would say that it would be unlocked from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. Actually, it'll only be locked for 1 hour then, right? 2 to 3, and then overnight?
Depends on the day of the week.
Well, I'm just looking, I'm making sure, so Monday and Friday, for example,
Mhm.
it would only be locked for 1 hour during the day and then overnight. Is that correct?
There would be in the morning hours until 10, it would be locked for maintenance because that's when they do their maintenance on Friday mornings, for example.
But it says
So-
scheduled, okay. So this isn't showing, I'm trying to figure out when it's unlocked. Like how many hours is it unlocked?
Yeah, well, we have the totals are in the report.
Well,
It's-
it says 5 hours a day. Open field, does that mean
I
when
think
it's
it
unlocked?
depends on the day, because some
Yeah.
days the league has it early and some days they have it late.
I think if you look at the open field column, that just tells you when it's going to be unlocked for public use.
And there's a total of the hours down below that little table.
But I think
Nobody see
Councilmember Rivers is including the times when NorCal Oaks is using it as presumably their participants are not locked on the field. So it's also
I hope not.
unlocked when
Right.
NorCal
Yeah.
Oaks is using it.
And presumably, if they have it, like someone had said, that they signed up for time and then didn't show up, it's unlocked during that time, so if they don't show up, then the public could use it.
That's a good
Presumably,
question.
correct?
Hmm.
Right?
Um,
If it was during those hours, it would just remain unlocked, right?
Yeah,
what I'm
well,
asking.
I guess I'd have
That's
to look
what
at the
you're-
actual day schedules, but I mean, that's the general idea is that it would be available when they're not using it. Or there's not some other, I mean, it would still be unlocked, but there'd be some group using it, maybe from a reservation, or there's some other,
So an
Baseball
example
use.
to what Councilmember Rivers, on Monday, it says you're scheduled from 8 to 2, but if they don't show up, will it be open from 8 to 2 or 10 to 2? Or 10 to 8, like 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.? Because I saw somewhere that they don't want to open it to the public before 10 o'clock.
right, yeah, 10 o'clock was the opening time. And then, I mean, keep in mind that these, the seasons and the daylight hours are changing throughout the year. So this is just the first block of time, is just as an example. But I'm sorry, Councilmember Lemus, you were talking about which
Well, I
day?
was just talking about, for example, if it was Monday and they have it scheduled from 8 to 2, but if for some reason they didn't show up, does that mean it would be open to the public from, say, 10 to 2? Because my understanding from reading is that they don't want public access before 10 o'clock.
Right, right.
So then it would be open from 10 all the way till 8 o'clock at night to the public if they had it scheduled but they didn't arrive for their game or training.
Yeah, in theory, I think we just need to make sure that the schedules of, well, first of all, with regard to their use, we are monitoring their use of the fields, making sure that they're using them when they're, we're spot checking them when they have it reserved. So they should be in the field when they're in those reserve times. And if they're not, then I think the first thing that would happen is we'd say, hey, if you guys aren't using this field, you got to block that out and make it public access, and not have it reserved. Because it'd be like any other reserved use that doesn't show up, and we wouldn't want that either, right?
So then, I mean, two things. So one, just because, so all the other parks in our town are dawn to dusk, correct?
Yeah, basically all the parks that's their operating hours, yeah.
Right.
Dawn to dusk.
So, I mean, I would argue that the park should be unlocked from dawn to dusk, and when they have scheduled use, they're using it, and when they don't, it's open. Right?
There's some exceptions, like, I mean, it's dawn to dusk, but when you have sports facilities near houses, you don't want to be there too early because we get complaints from neighbors and that sort of thing.
No. I'm just saying in terms of it being locked or unlocked, right? That it's locked at dusk
Mhm.
and unlocked when it's light.
It-
And then if they need maintenance or whatever, then they can do that. And obviously people aren't going to be able to use it while it's in maintenance, but maintenance isn't every single morning, right?
And say that I think part of their concern was they were seeing the most use from people with dogs in the morning, and they wanted to specifically not unlock it until 10 because of that, and also because they're doing their watering. But I understand what you said about it. So am I hearing you right that your feeling on this proposal is that you don't really agree with it and you'd rather to just see it unlocked all day?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm against it. I just want to be clear that that it is. So if we could make it dawn to dusk instead of these sort of arbitrary times because of the light, right? And so if it needs to open at 10 rather than dawn, that's fine. But I think it should go to dusk, not 8, because 8 could be dark at 6, right? So, but that when there is light, it should be open and unlocked. And if they have reserved the space, awesome, they use it. And when they haven't, then it remains open for the public to use because it's a public park.
Okay. So yes. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think there's a lot of difference between what Councilmember Rivers is saying and the proposal. As long as NorCal Oaks is using it when they've got it reserved, I actually think what's proposed has advantages over just saying open from 10 to dusk, except when NorCal Oaks has it reserved, because we make sure there was signage up there listing specific times when it's available to the public. And that's a big advantage over the current scan to find out when games are scheduled and stuff like that. So I think that the practical use of what's proposed, basically open at 10, close at dusk, except maybe an hour closure in the afternoon when they need to do a maintenance round, water the mound or whatever, fix it every 4 hours it needs to be patched or whatever. That's fine with me. So I feel like what's proposed with changing 8 p.m. to dusk is basically saying, for this block of time, this is just up to August 11th, is basically saying it's open from 10 to dusk, and here's when NorCal Oaks is using it, and here's when it's open to the public. And I think that's that's not too bad, in my opinion.
Okay, I tend to agree with that. I would just like to see us go forward with a similar plan for Cater Park and work that out with them. I don't know if it needs to be identical, but now's the time. Yeah.
Just a minute. So when I played as a kid, we had the flat bases you just brought with you and put down, or more often we use sweatshirts and t-shirts and things like that. And presumably they can still do either of those things at either of these fields, even if there's a post there for an
Are
official
you
base.
donating sweatshirts?
No,
Okay.
no, they have to use their own.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, different comment is, I'm not sure, I'm hoping Public Works got my email about there was a pipe that was leaking water. I sent it last night. And when I went on my tour, there was the pipes that they built right alongside the baseball field. There was the 4th pipe was leaking water.
I did get that. And it looked like that was at the new bank of meters.
Right.
And so our follow-up was, it's apparent that NorCal Oaks is watering the fields manually. And when you have those valves, there's a little knob you can twist, and it just leaks water when it's irrigating. And they're assuring us that they're putting in a controller system, and then that'll eliminate the leaks when that happens. So it goes from turning the little knobs on each valve, leading to leaks everywhere, every single time they irrigate, to the irrigation controller is programmed to turn them on and off electronically, and you don't get that leakage.
Yes, Councilmember Rivers.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, the default is when it is light, it is unlocked. And
I think what we've kind of seeing here is that's not quite the default. The default would be 10 a.m. to dusk is when it's unlocked,
Right.
unless the NorCal is using it.
You're right. Okay, so correct. So from 10 a.m. to dusk, which for me is when it's light. I understand they want to close it for the morning. So I feel like that's kind of the compromise, is allowing it to remain locked until 10 a.m. But from 10 a.m. to dusk, it is unlocked.
I believe that is where we're at. Yeah. Yeah.
Except for maintenance.
Yes, except for maintenance, which would be posted so people would know when that was happening, so they wouldn't show up with all their gear expecting to play.
Yeah.
And can I just ask too, the way it's set up right now, if you have your own bases, can you put them there, or is it some kind of special thing where you cannot? Does anyone know?
No, they're just like basically like rubber sockets that are in the ground.
Okay,
So if you had a base with a stem on it, you could just put it on there.
right, which is like standard. It's not some special kind
Yeah.
of thing.
But I mean, what we saw when we were looking at the Rohnert Park fields were that the bases got either buried, in some cases they got buried or just pulled out because, people.
Yeah.
Kids think it's funny, dig it up and throw it over the fence or whatever.
No.
So-
I'm
so you-
not even advocating for it having it. I'm
Yeah.
just making sure that it's a standard thing so anybody could bring a base and connect it. Because I know sometimes they do like, proprietary things or whatever, and then you can't.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
No, it's very standard. Anyone can
Okay.
bring a base. And if the socket isn't there for whatever reason, what they normally do is they'll just stick it where they think it's supposed to
Okay.
go. Yeah.
Maybe we can partner with the library and get those added to the things you could check out.
Okay, so do you feel that you have the direction that you need from the council, or is anything we need to clarify?
I do. I think the one thing is on the, and maybe this is just a follow-up on Cater. I think you'd mentioned the bases being available at any time. I'm not sure how that would work. I would imagine the bases would be available the same way they'd be available at Putnam,
As long as somebody could bring their own bases.
Yeah, they can do that.
Yeah, okay. There's not some infrastructure under there that makes it awkward to set a
No.
base on top of it or anything, then.
Yeah, you could bring your own for sure. BYOB, yeah.
Okay, so I don't think we need any kind of vote on this. Any other last comments before we move on? Okay, thank you, everybody. That takes us to our city manager's report.
All right, so I will make this quick tonight for real. So all 13 city entrance signs have been installed. Actually, if you notice in the budget, Angela snuck out there and got a picture of one. So you saw it on the cover page of the budget. And so they're around town. And then this Wednesday will be at the farmer's market, will be Cotati Pride at the farmer's market, right? So that's this Wednesday, 4:30 to 7:30 in La Plaza Park. In addition to the regularly scheduled farmer's market with live food, fresh produce, and other goods, other local goods, the farmer's market will have 25 extra booths, including services and resource vendors serving the LGBTQ community, a sensory regulation station, which I didn't have a chance to ask actually what that is, but sounds interesting, and more. So the rest of the summer, the farmer's market will be every Wednesday, same time, same place, through the end of September. This weekend will be the 4th annual summer theater in the park, hosted by our own recreation department's North Bay Theatrics Children's Theater Group. And they've been working on the performances at the theater camp for the past 2 weeks, and will perform for the public in La Plaza Park this weekend. They're performing Wizard of Oz on Saturday, June 29th at 11 a.m. and Sunday, June 30th at 11 a.m. They'll be back again during the last weekend of July to perform ABBA Cadabra. I guess ABBA Cadabra. I guess it's ABBA music. Anyway, it's inspired by the music of Mamma Mia. Okay, there you go. So the performances are free, but they're taking donations if you'd like to support the program. There's still 3 more weeks of farm camp and 6 more weeks of Camp Cotati full and half days, and as well as 2 weeks of theater camp. We still have free lunch available for anyone 18 and under at the community center, Mondays through Friday, 12 to 12:30. And we won't have lunch service on July 4th or 5th for the holiday, but we'll have it the rest of the summer. There's no registration or paperwork required to get lunch. July 6th and 7th will be our free compost weekend at the ranch, the Rhonda Flitty Ranch, between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. You can grab compost for your home garden or farm for free, thanks to our partnership with Zero Waste Sonoma. And then Cotati Kids Day is July 13th this year. The theme is Cotati Olympics. And we're still looking for any sponsors and parade entrants that want to participate. And it's on the city website. All are free to join, and then the parade is free. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any questions for city manager? Okay, we'll move on to city council member reports. The reports over here.
Sure, okay. June 13th was Juneteenth flag raising ceremony. Sounds nice. Thank you, Councilmember Rivers. June 14th, I went to the Smart Pathways and Great Railroad Trail ribbon cutting that connects Santa Rosa to Roanoke Park and Cotati. So it's for pedestrians and bicycles. Eventually, the path will connect San Francisco to Humboldt Bays. The pathway groundbreaking was at Andes Unity Park on Moreland, my childhood community where I grew up. So it's nice to go to that one. June 18th, I went to the Regional Parks Foundation board meeting. June 21st, last Friday, I had two meetings. The Environmental Quality Committee, which is at Cal Cities, it was a virtual meeting online. They gave a legislative update. And then I also went to Oakland for ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Government. It was an in-person meeting at the Oakland Museum. The membership voted on the proposal fiscal year 24-25, the proposed 24-25 operating budget and work program. If anyone wants to read it, it's right here. The highlights are that pension costs have nearly doubled to $2.1 million, and MTC is subsidizing some of the shared service costs. They acknowledge challenging financial position in upcoming years and a need for a long-term financial plan. And then notably, the keynote speaker was Shalini Vajala. She's executive director for Pre-Collective, which gave a much needed presentation on resiliency, where vision, capacity, and funding, you can't have one without the other. And she shared examples of where they help municipalities with challenges, such as Hoboken, New Jersey, with the floods after Hurricane Sandy. And interesting, Roanoke Park, their city manager was there, and they approached her to try to hire her a contractor to do some resiliency work with Roanoke Park. So they said if we're interested to get in touch with Marcella over at the Roanoke Park. That's my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a few things, yeah. So June 12th was the mosquito and vector control meeting, and the most important thing that happened out of there was the setting of the annual fees so that it can be put on the property tax rolls. And the other thing that was very interesting was that I guess it's becoming common place where some of the attorneys are breaking off from some of these larger firms, and the attorney that represents the mosquito and vector district, they have broken off into their own little group. So there was a contract to renew her with her new group. So I guess this is happening in a lot of the law firms that the law firms are kind of getting out of the, if you will, special district and municipal stuff. So that was interesting. Along with the mosquito and vector, I was invited to go out on their airboat. So I got to go out on the airboat to see the Laguna. And what was very incredible about it is the amount of, and Damien will know what the species is, but the invasive weeds that are just really overtaking. What is
Ludwigia.
Ludwigia, yeah. There were sections that we couldn't even go on the airboat where, you know, there was like 25 or 30 acres where it had completely taken over. It just was really pretty amazing. So they're looking to work with the state and some other agencies, because it's got to get knocked down or the whole Laguna is going to end up just being overtaken by it. And the reason that the mosquito and vector control is involved in that is this provides the absolute best breeding ground for mosquitoes. So the way these plants kind of grow up, they are able to have their eggs, and then they climb up and hide underneath the plant until they're ready to take off. So it's a really bad breeding ground for mosquitoes. So they're trying to do that. I'm sure that the mayor will report on it, but I attended the Mayors and Council Members Association. I'll let you report on that. We had the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and we actually finally, after the third meeting, were able to approve our fee for this year. And it ultimately, after some pencil sharpening and arm twisting and all kinds of stuff like that, it is going to be set at 43.65 for an acre foot. And for the majority of the wells, that ends up being half that because they're a half acre foot. So it's roughly about $22 for rural residents. The other exciting thing from that meeting was that Marcus Trotta, our plan manager, gave us a copy of the letter. Our first annual report for the sub-basin was accepted by the California Department of Water Resources. We are one of only a couple that got a letter where our plan was actually accepted with no corrections or changes. So that was great work by that whole group making that happen. Let's see. Next is the Zero Waste Sonoma. And let's see what was of note for that for you guys. Oh, the of note thing on that was a carbon sequestration through compost pilot was done. And the reason that this was kind of important was it was done in conjunction with the Regional Climate Protection Agency and a couple other groups. So it's really wonderful to see a lot of these groups kind of working together to get some of these projects. And they actually got more people wanting to do it than they actually had resources to do it. So hopefully that program will come back. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivers, do you have any report?
Yeah, just three quick things. So the Juneteenth flag raising took place. So thank you to the mayor and Councilmember Lemus who were able to attend. That was really great. And there was also a lot of staff and police came, which was really cool. And some community members. We had 3 local activists who came and spoke. Marjorie Crump Shears, who actually spoke earlier in our meeting, was one of the speakers or commenters. I refer to her as our local Cotati movie star because she was in Fruitdale, which is a great movie if you haven't seen it. And then Abigail Adatsi, who is the Rancho Cotati High School Black Student Union president, incoming, who spoke, and then also Tina Rogers, who's a local multicultural arts educator. And she actually brought drums too, which were pretty cool. So we had drums while the flag was being raised. And then the June 14th, I went to the first Roanoke Park Pride, which was pretty cool. And it was a precursor to the Cotati Pride. It was the same organization that did both. So, and that sensational, what was it called? The sensory booth was there at Roanoke Park. So I spoke with them and said, hey, can you come to Cotati? Because I think this is really cool. And basically what it is, it's like kind of a quiet space for people where like a farmer's market is too much, right? That they could go and they have like tactile items and just a quiet space for people to go when the sort of crowds and everything just become too much. So, so they're coming. I'm actually going at 2:30 and taking my van to bring all their stuff. So I'm really excited that they're going to be a part of this. So it's funny that you mentioned them. And that's really the next thing is that my regular Coffee with Kay, which is the 4th Wednesday of each month, which is basically my office hours for people to come in and talk, will be held at Cotati Pride because it's Pride, right? So So I'm going to have a booth there. So just come on and, tell me what's good and what you'd like us to be working on. And come celebrate Pride and, wear your rainbows. So 4:30 to 7 is the actual farmer's market. And it actually has really delicious stuff too. So I hope to see you there.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor Ford.
Nothing to report.
Okay, great. I will be quick. I did attend the mayors and council members board meeting Thursday. Was that last Thursday or 2 Thursdays ago? It was two Thursdays ago.
Yeah.
Time flies. And at the board meeting, we had a speaker from the Sonoma County Action Network, which does a lot of Head Start programs and a whole bunch of other programs. They focus on what they call a whole family approach to disrupt generational poverty. And they gave a great presentation about all the really phenomenal different amount of things that they do in the community. They are looking for elected officials or delegates of elected officials to serve on their boards, on their board. And so if anyone knows someone who'd be interested in serving, can contact me. And then after the board meeting, in the board meeting, we determined the agenda topics for the next 2 meetings. So in July, when it's the board only, we'll be having an update on all of the ballot measures that are going to go onto the November ballot. And then in August, I had been asking for this and they finally got it on the agenda. We're going to have a public meeting about mental health crisis response teams countywide. So that will be great. And then my last thing to report, I went to the ribbon cutting ceremony for our new restaurant next to Oliver's, Everest restaurant, which is a Himalayan, Tibetan Himalayan cuisine. I'm sorry, it's not Tibetan, it's Nepalese, I believe. But I thought that the name of the restaurant was just because Everest is there in that country, but it turns out there's a direct family connection. And the cousin of the owner was there at the ribbon cutting, who is a Sherpa who leads teams of 10 to 15 climbers and up to 15 Sherpas up Everest. He just finished summiting last month. He's climbed Everest 30 times. So that was really cool to learn that. And we've got such a awesome new local business. So that will end my report. We're going to do public comment on non-action agenda items. Is there anyone in the chambers wishing to make a public comment? Okay, seeing no takers, we don't have any Zoom attendees, do we?
That is correct, Mayor Sparks.
Okay, great. So we'll move on past that. We're going to go into closed session. Just a reminder, if we are still meeting at 11 o'clock, we have to pause the meeting and determine whether to continue. So I'm hoping we can get done by 11. We're going to take just a very brief 5-minute break and try to get into the closed session really quickly. Let's go ahead and take public comment on the closed session. Is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to make a public comment about our closed session, which is conference with city labor negotiators for the and the representatives of the Cotati Police Management Association? Okay, seeing nobody to make public comment, we will go ahead and move to closed session.
Awesome. Okay. Send home. We'll move them in.
Is he going to pay you rent?
We will do this perspective. He's paying half of
Yeah.
part of it for police work.
Oh, no, I meant your child.
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. All right, bonus.
Yeah.
All right, we have returned from closed session. We have nothing reportable to report. Is there any information that was received after the agenda was posted?
Yes, there were two items. One was a slight update to the ordinance for the Community Police Advisory Commission. And then one was the slight update to the minutes to better identify Abby from Rancho Cotati High School. Both of those were available here in print in the chamber tonight and posted to the HTML agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.